Hello everyone, and welcome to Detectives of Newspire. I'm your host, Wuten, playing as John Darksouls, and below me we have the wonderful, Avara the Clever, played by Ebony.
Goblin.
Goblin D's nuts. Anyway, God, I hate that. We have, below Ebony, we have Bran, played by Cygnus.
I was going to do a mute joke, but I think that time has passed. It's me. I'm here. We're off to a great start.
Hell yeah. We have, below Bran, we have Guti playing as Cyrille.
With the Gilligan feet.
Hell yeah.
Gilligan these nuts!
Oh, yeah! Alright, and below Guti, we have Chesher, played by Solar.
Hello.
And last but certainly not least, we have the leader of the party. He still has no idea how he got that role. Zero, played by Kai.
And I still have whooping cough, so
Oof. All
howdy
right.
do.
Howdy doody. And of course, on the left-hand side this time around, we have the benevolent DM of the evening, Chaotic.
The first part was more accurate. Hello, everyone. Yes, it is I, Chaotic, tonight's Game Master, running Detectives of Newspire. As a short recap of what happened last week, everyone continued to spend the day diving deeper into various leads that they had found throughout the day, gathering information. And we will be back to that today. So, last time you guys were... Well, why don't we see what we can remember what happened last time? Because I know, at least for the moment now, you guys are planning on speaking with Melissa Haney.
Mm-hmm.
I assume as a lead of sorts, but also possibly whether or not this lead leads to other rumors that have been going on around her as well.
Mm-hmm.
You spoke with Gloria Cyrille last time, getting a better idea as to the crime scene and someone who was literally there the day that it happened. You spoke with... There was Chester Holmes of Holmes and Bark Lenders.
Right.
And... I mean, that's all I mostly remember. What else do you guys remember? What else can you think of as of the moment?
We spoke with Melissa and her father. We spoke with the church.
Spoke with the cobbler.
Yeah, we spoke with the cobbler. And
That one would be Valendir.
And then we spoke with the cleric in that little chapel.
That one would be Father Lightward.
Yep, Father Lightward, about the dreams that some of our players had.
Mm-hmm. As well as doing some manner of research in the library on various topics.
Yep.
One of which Bran had come up, which was just an odd coincidence in the sounding of the name Atosh, a legend that has been told amongst many of the rural inhabitants around Newspire. And the word Atasha, Atosh, is just very close and just happened to just catch her eye.
Right.
When you guys are ready, you can go right ahead. I will unpause the game and allow time to flow.
Oh god, time is moving again!
Time
It
flows
is.
once more.
Time resumes. Oh.
It's currently about 3:45 in the afternoon. So just afternoon at this point.
Okay.
Toki wa ugoki dasu. Is there anything else that you guys are thinking of as of the moment, other than speaking with Melissa?
I think that's.
I think that's it. I'm sorry, I'm going over my notes. My brain is running at like half capacity.
It's fine. This is a detective campaign. Going over your notes is very important.
Mm-hmm.
Have I
If you
made
guys
my,
need, I
my
can always bring up the city maps in case that ever helps you guys and you need it. So
and I think I have made my question of the day, right?
I think you
What
did. I think you did in regards. I think you asked in regards to the box to know whether or not it was worth pursuing anything involving the box, and the answer you
Yes.
got was essentially no. There's no point in pursuing the box. The box is
Yeah.
inconsequential to
I
what
have a
you're trying
note
to do.
here. Asking into
Mhm.
the chest will investigating the chest lead us to the killer. The chest is a dead end.
Yep.
It was just a chest with feet.
Yes.
It's just a really weird chest.
The
That also
fetish-
happens to be a chest of holding. So
the fetish box.
you can only wonder why it's a chest of holding.
Yeah. I wonder.
No.
Storing all the other feet.
I don't get it.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Head pat.
Mhm.
I too am just looking over notes since it's been several weeks
Mhm.
to explain the silence on my end.
It's fine. Everybody is. It'll just be one of those things where everybody's like, "All right, let's get back up to speed. Let's see what we were doing, what we remembered, what's going on, and where we're going from here." We
Mhm.
still have a
Mhm.
dead man, and we have a person who has killed said dead man. And to
Yep.
figure
We have a dead
why,
man
We
but
also-
that seems to be definitely killed by a human.
We
But in
also
some kind of- Mock cultic ritual.
yeah. In addition, I remember that Bran also went tracking for like footprints. I
that
can't
one was
remember-
in the first session, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And when that happened,
Well,
you did in fact find that there was an odd picture, like the footsteps, the
Yeah.
trail ended at a door.
Mhm.
yeah.
It led to the extraplanar tunnels, which I don't know if we can really look into where they might have been able to connect to. I think we found that we weren't able to keep, with current information, weren't able to keep looking into that.
We
But-
need to activate them anyway, wouldn't we?
Right.
Yeah, we need to find a way.
The
We
current
could-
answer you have is that people have rumored that it existed. This is the first time you've seen any proof of it. And beyond
We
that,
could-
you know that it would probably, like most magic, require a key to activate or a phrase, which you do not know. And you
We-
wouldn't know where it went anyways. So,
We could try to send the underground duo around to try to see if they can find anything on like the, unsavory parts of town. If anybody knows how to use those tunnels, maybe. Well, it's obviously more than just a legend. So,
well, that would be where, in fact, their knowledge came from originally, was actually from the fact that, Bran,
Yeah.
for example, and them, you keep your nose to the ground in the first place. That's actually why you knew that in the first place. That is what you hear on the streets. Is
but if
that
we could
it's
find
rumored.
where that door leads to, we could easily keep picking up the trail of where they escaped from. We
True.
just need to know the passphrase, which they could ask around, find out how to use that passage from that door.
Or
They could
having
find-
access to a wizard who could study said phenomenon.
That's
Right.
true. We do not have a wizard.
And in answer to you, Bran, I'm actually trying to see if I remember there was anything beyond the story that you had. I believe that I had made it. There was John Darksoul who had done more research, more into the religious angle in looking into ghouls and seeing it's like there's the theming of a ghoul is there, but the intelligence level of the person alongside their carefulness, especially in removing the jaw from the offending gentleman, showed more intelligence than even a higher level ghast would have. They're usually much more of a animal cunning rather than actually intelligent enough to remember or understand magic.
Mm-hmm.
And on Bran, go ahead.
Which is how we figured that it was definitely a human who seems to be.
Alongside how the claw marks seemed far too clean to have been made by mere bony claws.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely a human that's taking on the guise of something undead and is using like mock cultic like rituals to try to stir us into maybe a different direction, because it seems that all of the ritualistic stuff that they've done doesn't lead anywhere.
Right.
And on Bran's part, you did some research into, from what I remember, essentially like local legend and stuff like that, trying to learn anything that seemed like it made sense to you. And it was, of course, the legend of the rural, mostly amongst the halfling populations, in the provinces that surround Newspire. It used to surround Spire Down. About the legend of something that just sounded similar enough. It was a legend of a ghoul named Atosh. And they date back, I think it was at least, like the furthest back mention of it you found as you were looking through books was about 75 years, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
At least the first time it was marked down by one of the many clerics that go around doing the census and also just picking up information as they go.
Mm-hmm. This may be an out-of-character question, do we know of anything significant that happened in the world around 75 years ago?
75 years specifically? No, 50 years ago there was, but
right,
75, not as much.
No.
Okay.
50 years ago was when the champions of when the champions took down Morgalla the dragon. And in fact, they probably have there's at least a window in the church that is dedicated as a mural to the champions.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they did kind of stop like an ultimate evil, you know. You'd hope
That's
they'd
the least they could do.
at least they could
yeah.
do would dedicate a window, you know, one of the really pretty glass windows. Alvor in the center with this dragon's head on the sword, with everyone else sort of flanking the sides. Who would be on that window? That's a good question. Alvor, Zeal, and Zane for sure would be on there.
Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron.
None of my characters, they all fucked off.
I mean,
People may remember the companions around the champions, but the 4 champions are probably the ones that are currently immortalized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones that were there in the final fight.
Yeah.
I would imagine probably
I'm
they
just
had
wondering.
something for Zara or Ray. Didn't they help stop Dio?
Well, the real question comes down to what people around, because the funny thing is that it's probably not, people probably ask Zane the story all the time, and he recounts a version of it, right? But that's from his perspective and all that, and it also combines with what other people around us at the time were seeing.
Dio. I would have been playing Snake Lady during Dio.
But see, I feel like you have to ask how the story around Dio comes to be in the first place, because now he's a lord over here. Does nobody know that he did that? Because I was always under the assumption nobody necessarily knew he was behind it in the first place.
Yeah.
Wait! How... Sorry, I'm getting off topic. How did the champions know that Dio is around? And
he literally showed up
he showed up
at the castle at the end.
Yep, he showed up at the end.
When Evil Campaign showed up to help pave the way so that the champions could just strike straight at Morgalla.
Yeah,
they were involved. So
they were kind of like different commanding their own parts of the raid.
Mm-hmm.
And Dio popped in and it was like, stop, and everybody was like, what the fuck?
Essentially, Ragnael and Dio were commanders of the Spire Down portion of the armies combined arms that were fighting against all the orcs and black dragonkin and all that Morgalla had built up in the north.
Yep.
So
all the riffraff.
Yeah.
All the
Keeping track of
rabble.
everybody's DKP.
He's in the back with all his little screens. Team 4, your DPS is falling down. Step it up.
It was just a 14.
More whelps! Handle it!
More dots. Okay, stop dots.
Less dots.
All DPS, I need to be able to detect before we go to phase 2. What?
Exactly.
I'm not in top right now.
So-
Oh, my brain.
So, anyways,
Okay,
there
you're
was
never on
nothing unusual 75 years ago specifically.
Mhm.
And just so that I can make sure to actually fucking write it down this time, because apparently I didn't last time, or I was too wrapped up in actually having the conversation. To do so, could you give me a brief overview of what the priest said? I know he recognized the name, he recognized the wording, and he was concerned about the level of destruction that we saw in the dream.
He seemed very concerned about that. He provided you guys a blessing and said he was going to bring the concern to the high priest, essentially, which would should he be able to get an audience with him, which he's hoping that based on the severity of what he has to say, he should hopefully be able to do so.
Yep.
Okay.
Of which that is, I believe, I
that's
should
Pucci.
have.
Enrico Pucci.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find him. I don't know where the hell I put everything. I think
Pucci.
they are journal entries. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't actually make them characters. I made them entries.
Handouts.
Yeah. There you go. Just to bring him up.
Yeah. There he is. That's a
He is the current high priest, whereas originally it was Abathor,
Yep.
who some 50 years ago many know was slain by a terrorist group known as the Silver Arrow.
Yep.
I like his eyebrows.
Church construction fell
I'm trying to
on.
figure out the eyebrows.
Don't try too hard.
Too late.
It's a mystery
Brain
to
power
even.
gone.
It's a mystery to even Enrico himself. Anyway.
Right.
It's the magical sign that shows he was blessed by Zelos, even his eyes, so you can see the crosses in his eyes.
Yeah, that's true.
Ah.
Signs of the sheathed blade.
Yes. Let's see.
A symbol of peace, but a symbol of power.
Trying to think. Oh, he also mentioned, I think, that he was concerned that the moon might have something to do with it as well.
Well,
Yes.
seeing as the moon had popped up, he also mentioned too that several people have started. There's been a lot of unrest in the city, obviously because of this sudden fucking moon popping up. But temples of Linnaeus have also been being attacked, so to speak. So people trying to break into it, demanding answers from the priests. What's going on with Linnaeus? What's he doing? Basically, what is this? You guys are the experts on the moon. You tell us, and they're all just like, he hasn't said shit to us.
We don't know.
And I remember he asked us to keep the matter quiet as well, just as the constabulary did.
Right.
Something along the lines of try not to worry people too much. I'm going to bring this up the hierarchy and see if I could figure out just how serious what your dream is. So, and then provided you both with a essentially guidance for a +1 on any roll you make of your choice here when you feel like it.
Nice.
Yep. Which will last until you choose to use it. So. In answer to you, Zero, right now your guys' current goal was you were waiting till further this evening to speak with Melissa.
I'm trying to think of what we could do until then, but I can't think of any leads to follow. Except for maybe trying to figure out where that door would have led to.
There is the door. There was also there was one other mention of something in the book. The guy's name was CJ.
Oh, that's right. We could start looking into the
Mhm.
CJ. Do we want to do a split on that until we go meet with Melissa, or?
He was the.
He run as far as you're aware. He runs a warehouse on the dock side.
Right.
Yeah, that's all we know. We don't know
That's
even
right.
what CJ stands for yet. Church judge. Crazy jam. Crazy jello. I don't
Crazy J.
Hey, it's Crazy Hassan with a J.
Crazy.
Hassan. Hassan.
Yeah, see? There you go.
Hassan Al Gaib?
It's it's the Spanish J. It's fine.
Yeah.
Juan San.
Croissant. Well, it's up to you guys as the clock is about to strike 4. Great, now I'm gonna have to figure out time zones. God damn it.
Jesus.
You
It's
know
4
what?
o'clock here. What time is it
Everybody has the hour of the Lord. There we go.
It is 4 o'clock everywhere, damn it.
It is.
I don't care if it's fucking midnight for you.
Well, my thought is that we did talk to CJ. He sounds like that this could have been business as usual, but we could always ask if there was anything out of the ordinary about the shipment or the delivery or any of the paperwork around it.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we can tell with the notes of their exchanged notes, it looks like business as usual, but that's so people like us can just see that on the surface. So
Right.
Did we have a particular time that we were gonna swing by the daughter?
He told you to come back in the evening.
In the evening.
He told you to come back in the evening.
Okay.
When does the store close?
Well, and we
I
could
think he said
always
like
split
after
up again.
closing.
Mm-hmm.
Splitting up again is also always a possibility.
We cover more ground.
Yeah.
This is one of those rare campaigns where splitting the party is not the worst idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Chesher, how do you feel about following up on the undertunnels business? I am not even sure where to start with that, but you being rogue may have some thoughts.
There's also the fact you guys still have those lore points you can spend and say, hey, I know a guy. It's up to you.
I believe I have an idea or two, which might lead to me spending those lore points.
I believe you've spent one already.
I
so.
spent one already, yes. But yeah, you might just need to help me through it because my brain is only half here right now. But
Yeah, we've got Sleepy and Dying from the Plague. That's 2 of our players.
It's okay. I can still play Pathfinder. Maybe we'll find out.
Yeah. That's the spirit.
But yeah, I think I can do that. I just might
Do
not
you think-
grasp any big concepts.
Bran and Cheshire definitely should be on tunnels. Do we want to split 3 and 3 again, or
Tunnel
do
snakes
we want?
rule.
Does anybody else think they'd be better off with the tunnels, or going to figure out who CJ is?
Unfortunately, magic isn't necessarily my strong suit.
I might
Might
be good
be.
there.
Yeah, we'll send the Gobbo along with the tunnel snakes, and then I guess the three boys are gonna
Come
go
on,
figure
boys.
out who CJ. Are we literally splitting male female right now?
It depends
Yes,
if one
Just don't tell HR. It's fine.
Yeah, don't tell HR.
I'm sorry, it's
Spoiler,
just where
we
our
don't-
strengths lie.
We don't have
We're
an
gonna call us
HR
into a-
department.
They're gonna call us into a meeting that could have been a fucking email.
Oh,
Well-
we should have a special handshake.
God.
So, which group are we following first here?
All right. So low is the boys, high is the girls.
Damn.
Wow.
Just barely.
All right. Following the boys, I guess.
All right, follow
Yeah.
the boys.
All right.
The
Follow the boys.
boys.
As 4 o'clock
Follow
starts,
along.
we all start to split apart. What are you guys? What are you guys doing?
So we know he has a warehouse by the docks. So I guess the best thing to do would be head
Start
over
there.
to the docks
Yep, start
and
there.
Right.
first case around the area. See if we can get some information on exactly the warehouses and maybe learn about, like, what people think of him before approaching him directly. Find out where he is, what people think about him, and then approach him directly. I think would be the best course.
Yeah, I can do my. I could utilize my quick interrogator for info gathering.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is true. We could do that up now while we're gathering info.
Con su permiso, Herr GM. Say then using a German formality.
Yeah, that was weird.
So I've got where you guys, each party will end up as of the moment. So you guys are starting up here. So you guys are going to go down to the dock side, and you're going to start trying to gather information to figure out where CJ and his warehouse could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. So in terms of traveling there, it'll probably take you guys, based on the size of the city, probably at least 45 minutes just to get down there, most likely. So.
Yeah. We've got, I think we were thinking about 6 or 7, sometime in the evening, so we do still have time.
So this will be 16:45 for you guys when you get there in the first place. So. Let me see what I can find here. Come on, stop being stupid. All right, let me think.
My goodness. My can that I used to speak.
Oh no!
Nearly knocked it over. Nearly knocked it over.
Not that one. This is the one I want. Okay. I think.
I feel like I've heard this one before.
You probably have.
It's giving me Mountain Blade vibes.
Yeah.
You give me Mountain Blade vibes.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was a compliment.
I'm a medieval simulator.
Exactly. Doesn't everybody agree with that?
Sword cutie simulator.
Ah!
Got him.
Excuse me while I pout this entire scene.
It's okay, we love you, honey.
Oh. There we go. Alright, you guys are down at the dockside now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Box.
Would you take that Diplo check for quick interrogator chaotic?
So, quick interrogator, remind me what it does and what you're asking for.
Rolling diplomacy to gather info over the course of 1d6 times 5 minutes to gather info in what otherwise would take hours instead.
Okay, so real quick here, I can do hours, minutes, and seconds. 40. I gotta fucking jump you guys. You see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. There we go. So we'll have that time. And we'll start the timer back up.
Can we assist in your investigation check?
So give me you guys can absolutely help. He's, ridiculously fast at it. Like, he just knows who to ask and where to go.
Yep, I'll probably just guide and be like, all right, here's who we probably need to split up and catch these people at these locations.
Natural 20.
Beautiful.
Slap me.
Assist successful.
So we'll have a 24 on it, and can you give me the time?
D6 times 5. So, 10 minutes.
Only 10 minutes. Doop, doop. There we go.
Nice.
All right. Do we know where CJ is and what people in the area view CJ and his warehouse business?
Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, he's not necessarily that hard to find. He's not obviously the largest guy on the dock, but there's a lot of people that use him. When you say the name CJ, it seems a lot of people actually do call him by said name, CJ.
Oh.
However, his actual name is Carl Johnson. But most people seem to call him CJ for short.
Hmm.
That name is very familiar.
Is it?
Oh shit, here we go again.
I gotta say, I really like having this class ability for a campaign that's keeping track of time. It's been handy as hell.
Hell yeah.
Yes, it has.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume that you guys are wanting to head over to said warehouse.
Yep. See his
Yeah.
connections to our...
To what you are
Sorry,
searching
bye.
for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm done.
Now, here's just something I do want to ask, just out of curiosity as players. The past couple of guys we've spoke to immediately got stiffened when we mentioned, "Hi, we're with the investigations group." Not to say that we weren't able to like smooth over and talk with them a little more about it, but you see what I'm kind of getting at.
Which is sad, because I'm supposed to have a respectable business in here town.
But I suppose for a case like this, since we're checking up on a gentleman's business, it we can still, do that.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
All right. Oh shit. That reminds me, I need to move everybody over because you guys need to be able to see. So
What? Seeing? That's not real.
until I make a Toothy McWartooth or whatever the name was.
Torchy Wartooth.
Torchy Wartooth. Yeah. Until I figure out how to make a Torchy Wartooth. So let's see. Right, I gotta go back over here. Here we go. There we go. So you guys will all be here so you can all see. But, a funny thought, I could just make you guys invisible, funny enough. Not that it really matters that much, but, you're there so you can see. Alright, let's go ahead and move you over.
Yeah. By the by, on the sidebar, should we have, like, a listing of all the people that we've talked to in the same way that we do in Roll20? Because if so, I only have me and the wolf on mine.
As in the actors section?
Correct.
I think I can do that for you. Hold on.
As long as it doesn't screw anything up. I think it would be helpful for me at least to be able to keep track of who all these people are, what they look like, and what their names are.
I think Limited should do it. I think Observer you could see everything, like if they have a character sheet, but I think Limited doesn't, but we'll find out in a minute.
Okay.
There you go. I'll start working my way down the list here. Tell me if you can see Father Lightlord up in there.
I see Henry Lightlord, yep.
Yep.
And when you push on him, does it do anything? Are you able to see his sheet?
I just see his picture.
Yep, just his
Yep.
picture.
Cool. So I can limit... I could just use Limited and you can see that then. Okay.
Yep, and I can see Andy Taylor, just his picture.
Andy Trout.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I will start working my way down that.
Working my way.
Working my way down the list. Super fast.
Excellent.
So as of the moment, approaching this building, the actual entrance is on the right side of the map. You guys would know that approaching it. I'm just letting you know it's hard to see with the map. So
Mm-hmm.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm.
as you're approaching the door, you hear the sounds of raucous laughter from inside.
Can't make out anything being said.
Would you like to make a perception check?
I would. Ah. This table's weighted.
I could probably make it too. I could probably make one as well as I'm approaching behind.
Okay.
We're making a what? Sorry. My brain just stopped.
Perceptions to see if we can hear what they're laughing about inside.
Okie dokie, I can proceed.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait for you to walk up to the door as well. I'm also busy giving everything limited. I can't tell what I've given to you guys, so I just kind of have to fucking figure it out as I go.
God. There we go.
Jesus, with a 9 on the die.
Golly.
Okay, I think I got down to Gloria.
I'm a perceivist boy.
Okay.
It's literally my job.
I think I got down to Gloria, so okay.
Okay.
And John got pretty fucking high too, so between John and Zero. Honestly, Cyrille, they're not being all too quiet about it. That guy needs to get out of there. I'll just show you who it was. It's our good friend, the test actor. He was in the scene by accident.
Hey.
So, honestly, since they're not being too quiet, you hear a voice inside after the laughter. And so, he sat there and told him, right? He sat there and said, "It's a sea serpent. Look, it's over there. It's gonna get us." He got him looking over the side of the boat. Didn't even notice he tied a rope to him before he shoved his ass over the edge. And they all just start laughing.
At least he had a rope.
Could be why in said story they tied a rope. So they could get him back out, maybe.
Because that's a murder.
As they all laugh uproariously. Why is Bran on her side?
Is she sideways?
I'm just trying to figure out why.
Why not?
Dwarves are sideways.
I don't think.
Say
How
again.
now?
Said through no doing of mine. No, I don't think.
It's on brand.
Jeez.
Wow. Banned. Your brand.
My bra.
Don't need to tell me where the exit is. That's where I came from.
I don't know why you're sideways. Oh, there we go. I fixed it.
It had
Or did you?
somehow been. No, there was a token thing in the settings that said rotation 90, and I
Huh.
fixed it.
Okay, fair enough. So, anyways, that is what you guys hear.
Alright,
Well, should we?
how do you wanna- No time like the present.
I give some knocks with my gauntlets.
Hold on, I need to mute. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Y'all keep going.
You do what you need to do. Hold on. Be right there. Someone comes up to the door. Oh. Hello, sir. Can I help you with something? Looking
Evening.
for storage.
Well, not exactly. Sorry to impose on your end of day festivities, but we're looking for talk to a man named CJ. Is he in by chance?
The boss? Yeah, I can get him for you here. Just give me a second here.
I appreciate it.
Hey, boss. There's a man in armor at the door. He wants to see you. Wants to see me? Oh. And the picture I gave you earlier, I will just show it again.
Mm-hmm.
There he is.
So, compared to you, how tall are you?
6'5".
Yeah, he most certainly is craning his neck up to look at you. He is not a very tall person.
All right, fine. How to talk to short people.
Just fucking squats down.
Hey, little guy.
Hey, how you doing?
Jesus Christ. Not like he's like dwarf height, but he's still shorter.
No.
And he is a human as far as is tellable.
Okay.
So I believe that I got. Nope, I haven't got everybody over here yet. Hold up. Got to get little Radicus Finch up here.
I don't know if y'all hear that. My cat's meowing in the background.
Meow.
Nope. It's the sound of the waves crashing against the docks.
I wish I could hear that.
Is it too quiet or something? Or no, you just have everything.
The
Oh,
cat.
no,
I wanna
cat.
hear the cat.
Kitty. Correct. Oh, there, sir. You were asking after CJ. That would be me. I'm the owner of the
yeah.
establishment.
Yeah, evening. Sorry to impose on your end-of-day festivities. My name's I'm Constable Vanderegal, and I'm working with these two here. We're conducting an investigation on one of your clients, actually, on someone our records show you may have worked with, and we were wondering if we could ask a couple of questions about him if you have a minute.
Would you guys like to make sense motive checks?
Always.
Yes,
Yes, I would.
Go right
I
ahead.
would love to. I'm sorry, I might just be a skill monkey. Oh my god.
If that's the case, you do what you need to do.
Not a C20.
A C20.
Yeah, I see 20s.
No sense motive now. Oh,
Sense motive, correct.
okay. Oh. 29.
Okay.
Oh man, we're just counting up.
So, 0, as Cyrille is sitting there and talking, you notice a perceptible gulp and widening of his eyes slightly. Sure, I suppose. Yeah. No sense standing out here. Come on in.
We will accept the offer.
Ooh,
And the folks
What he
outside
didn't
can choose to
realize
move
is I
in
was
if
a
they feel like
vampire.
I shall.
it. Well, that
Too
was
bad
his
he
fault.
forgot. Too bad he didn't notice we were all vampires.
Yeah.
I'm a vampire?
Yeah. Good thing I'm wearing full plate armor. That way he wouldn't even notice.
Oh, and it keeps you safe from the sun.
Exactly.
I always knew you were a vampire, John Darksoul.
Wonder what gave it away.
Call it, intuition.
So,
You're Wuten. You're playing a human.
how can I help you then? As this guy from around the corner sticks his head out to see what's going on.
Alright. You guys just want me to keep going then, or?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm not
alright.
trying to rush. I just want to make sure that if there's any points that I would like
I
that you
will.
prefer I convey, but
No, if I
For the
keep
moment, just
going
type.
And yeah, and I'll type you notes if there's anything I want to push.
okay, sounds good, baby. Well, we've been tasked with checking into some of the records of Mr. Sorrel, and we're curious about some of his package he may have been received that he may have received in the past few days. If there's anything, wonder if you may have noticed anything strange about it. Any kind of oddities about its point of origin or anything of the sort.
See, this is just me
And-
trying to remember things. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I think we're all trying to keep two hands on the ladder today. Honestly, if I'm being real.
It seems to be the case. So. Well, I do a lot of business with a lot of folks, as you can see. Very busy times. Everybody always be needing space to sit there and keep their stuff. All the free captains moving back and forth, taking goods everywhere. I'll just have to look at my logs here real quick, see what ended up coming through, if you don't mind.
I'll go right ahead.
Very interesting. That's free captain. As me as a player, just musing. Free captains.
You're fine. He might be referring to them in a slightly different context.
Right.
Yeah. You want to get all the angels on what happened? I'm sorry.
I love brick jokes. They're my fucking favorite. They're my Achilles heel.
So, the guys over here just kind of all start sitting around and they're just kind of twiddling their thumbs, just letting Boss Man do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take him a couple of minutes here, so unless you guys otherwise want to do anything.
Cyril's probably just kind of keeping towards the doorway to make sure, to just kind of show that, you know, they don't mean any kind of, to be, you know, trying, like he said when he first came here, not trying to impose on their merriment.
Mm-hmm.
Just, looking around the warehouse, kind of just, you know what, if I may, I'm just going to do a little perception check just to kind of get a feel for the inside here.
Okay.
If that's all right with you?
Sure.
Oh, right, I can't type out the roll.
Yeah, it's a bit silly.
There we go.
So with a 12 perception, there are various crates and barrels of all kinds, absolutely of the type you've seen coming on and off ships very often. You could be carrying goods of almost any kind. A lot of them have different labels and all sorts of things on them. Many of them have branding on the sides, sitting there saying which, unless you were a mariner yourself or someone involved in the business often, you may not necessarily know whether it's the branding of a captain or it's the branding of a company or a seller, a buyer, who knows? There's a lot of different things that these various labels can mean. 1d12. What was your d12 for? Nothing. Got it. Okay.
Fair enough.
But he most certainly does seem to have a bustling warehouse here.
Okay.
With, let me see, was there a crane in here? Nah, it seems like most everything is probably brought in by hand using the cart that you saw outside.
Okay.
So, these gentlemen here, definitely all strapping lads, that's for sure.
Strapping strong boys must be followers of Pog and his poggers.
I mean, it could be, but, you know.
Could be.
On which day did we discover his body again?
2 days ago at this point, I think. No, yesterday at this point.
Okay, that would have been.
This is your first full day of doing investigations. Last night, what happened was there was an investigation that happened last night. That was when Bran and Cheshire both went down to the tavern in Dockside, meeting Finch's Gullet.
Yep.
And discovered stuff down there. You guys had the nightmare, and then today has been the first full day of investigations.
So today, that being said, yesterday would have been the pickup day. So whether or not he was able to get those, that's them Schrodinger's shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell Luna how I pronounce that name, by the way. She'll hit me.
Something wrong with Schrodinger?
No, she'll pronounce it perfectly in its native language.
Schrodinger?
Schrodinger. I don't know, man.
But yeah, anyway, the shipment he would have got may very well have been due for pickup yesterday, since yesterday was their day. So if he didn't, that means that it could very well still be here.
So, for Zero's perception check, you're going to pick up on the same things that that Cyrille did. You may catch a couple of additional brandings and stuff like that, and you may see a couple of crates, not a lot, but a couple from. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. What were all the major families in from Baronish?
I'd have to pull up my doc, but
Yeah, I
off
can't
the top of
remember
my
off
head,
the top of my head.
off the top of my head,
There's Pronamia, of course.
there was Pernemia.
Castellanter,
There was Castellanter, Westergaard,
Ortruda.
Truda.
Assuming that you have the knowledge of it, Zero, that you'll
There
see
is
a couple of them
Mariendorf as well.
You'll see a couple of them with the Ortruda family's symbol on the side. A few of them, not a lot, but there's a couple thrown in there here and there. So it seems that they do, in fact, do business with not just free captains necessarily, but also with those that are being hired on by the bigger nobles and elites. So
Yes, Ortruda. I know Fish who's fucking one of them. What? What?
damn, all right.
What?
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 What? What?
So
A lot.
Oh, you said some.
after a few minutes, he comes walking back around this side. Excuse me. So he comes out with a rather large book, actually. The whole thing opened up can pretty much take up most of his arm, if he wanted to. Sets it down on a nearby barrel. Right here. This was the one. He sat there and he was looking to sit there. He was getting it from Eric and Kane's Expeditionary Company. They were the ones that was being shipped through. His package is still here, actually. He hasn't come to pick it up yet. I did send a runner out to him to sit there and come get it at his pleasure, though.
Oh, so you didn't manage to pick it up, huh? You mean so he hadn't managed to pick it up, right?
Oh, it doesn't like what I used there. Alright, we'll fix that. There we go. Spelling that correctly for you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, say again, I'm sorry.
So his parcel wasn't picked up, you say?
It was a whole crate. A rather large one at it, too. And no, he hasn't come down to get it yet.
And it arrived this morning?
Yesterday.
Yesterday he didn't pick it up. What time did it arrive yesterday?
Sometime in the afternoon. The ship made it in sometime in the morning. As far as I'm aware.
He died in the evening, right? This is to the DM?
Say again?
He died around the evening, yes?
As far as you're aware, based on Gloria's story, she was coming back after a shopping trip later in the sun was far set at that point.
Yeah.
So yes, it was in fact late in night.
It's been here all day. How many? Did you only send a runner out today, or did you send one out yesterday as well?
Oh, as soon as the package arrived, I sent him out, and he came back with the man's signature, verifying that he got the message. Usually they don't come and get the same day. They have to sit there and figure out who they're going to get to haul everything. It's not like I have my boys do it, unless they want to pay, of course. And the rates for them are not as nice as you can find if you could find some vagrant on the street side willing to do it for a few copper.
I see.
If you can trust that vagrant is the other question.
May we take a look and see what the package was, by chance?
So you had already introduced yourself as being with the investigations, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we had.
We just haven't said that he's dead.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't said much about whatever's going on in the first place. You're just asking about the man's packaging. So he's going to look at John for a second. And might I ask why you would like to see this man's shipment?
You should have said package.
You should have said packages.
This is why I specifically did not say package. Can't
Anyway.
feed you guys, God.
Coward.
Coward!
Coward.
Well, it's hang on, I had a way to phrase this. Give me a sec. As I get both of my hands on the ladder now.
Well, boys, we're all gonna help each other climb. Let's do it. We'll tie a rope.
No.
One of us falls, and the rest of us can catch it.
Well, the rest of us could fall with them.
Oh shit! I didn't think about that part.
Whee!
It's could be helpful in our investigation. We're looking into some potential financial misappropriations is all.
Financial misappropriations, you say? What is it that this man was doing?
That is for the court. I would say that's for the court clerics to decide once we've concluded what we can find.
You'll have to understand that I can't just sit there and let you take a look at any of my clients' things whenever you ask for it. If you could come back with some kind of an official documentation or a cleric itself to sit there and be able to do so. I can't even trust you. You are who you say you are.
Sounds like a ring time.
Well, despite the fact I have my badge, that he does have a badge. It's even a class ability, but even so, out of character, any idiot could have yanked it off of an actual constable and stuck it on them. So,
And to be fair, the whole idea of the warrant bit is more of So I believe I remember stating before that as long as you are in fact working for the guard, you do have a very large leeway. They don't have the same kind of rights, but in terms of law, more often than not, for official business, most often having one of the clerics with you or signed shows good faith.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, again, how are you supposed to know they are who they say they are? You can't
yeah, and Cyrille knows this too. He understands that.
That's why I'm explaining it.
He knows the right to privacy and all that sort of thing.
Do they technically have it? No, but the church understands.
It's a respect thing, yeah.
So
we show you respect so long as you show it to us. But it's one of those, like, if something was happening and the guard are like, they don't have to have the same kind of reasonable suspicion that most cops do. They can kind of just do something, and if it turns out they were right, great. If they were wrong, the church will figure it out, and you'll probably be all right. So.
Yeah, and to talk this out before any other response is given, when we regroup, I think we have a fix for this.
Okay.
We have a Chesher, guys. We have our runner. Wink.
Oh. Never thought I'd be getting that suggestion from you.
You're getting it from me, not Cyrille.
You might get it from...
But it could be a nice little moment.
Yeah.
Later on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, RP to be had once we reconvene, Solar. And he's... So, to that end, he'll... Well, Cyrille will be... That being said, Cyrille will be glad to, He will otherwise... consent to that privacy unless the two of you had anything else.
No.
Nothing from Zero and nothing from John?
Can't think of
I'm
anything.
sorry, I can't think of anything, but also...
You're
my
good?
brain
No,
is
that's fine. That's fine. I'll wear your leader cap just a little longer.
Please. I'm dying.
He'll just be like, no, of course, you do have a right to that, and my apologies if I felt I was imposing a little too strong there.
If Kevin's gotten himself into some kind of shite, he's gonna drag the rest of us down with him. You sit there and you get the person, you sit there, you prove everything about it. Whatever's in his shipment's open to you. I'm not gonna have him dragging me down with his ass.
Oh, so he is letting us have a look then?
No, he's saying he said when you come back with it.
Oh, okay, got it.
So he said when you come back with it, I'll let you because I'm not letting him drag me down with him if he's involved in something.
And valid.
Right.
Mm.
Would you guys like to do one more sense motive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
If a roll is a roll is a roll is a roll.
And I will say as a trait, I get a little bonus on hunches. So if there's any hunches involved,
What does it
let me
define
know.
a hunch as?
Let me look it up real quick for you here.
What's a hunch? Mechanically
What
speaking.
is the definition of a hunch?
Well, I know it's not necessarily a game mechanic, so it's
Right.
listed as one.
Well, it's
It's one of those DM discretionary things. All right, social trait, law enforcer. You get a +2 on sense motive checks to gain a hunch from social situations, and begin play with the paramedicals. But that's a different story. So
Sure,
Uh-huh.
you can add that to this.
okay,
Where are you using those manacles is my question.
ask my pirate captain.
Oh.
So,
Alright.
John and Zero. There's a certain tightness about his face that to you makes you think he might know more than he seems to be acting like he is.
I worry leaving him with the package then, because what if he gets rid of evidence?
So, after he's done speaking, he's like, well, unless there's anything else for you, we'll sit there. We're going to be sitting there closing up here soon. I don't think we're supposed to be getting anything else today.
Well, I didn't pick anything up, so
You did
Yeah,
not
I
know.
know. Thinking. I'm thinking. I can't think of anything. My brain is
slow motion.
not-
Slow motion before. Thank you for your time.
Out of character, and this is something that would probably occur to all of you, since he brought the crate down, just perception it now, so that if anything is different later, you'll know.
Right.
Oh, you're a smart bean. I love you. Kisses.
You too.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm running at like half capacity.
So, to
My
perception,
brain's
so
not
I'm assuming that was a perception check.
If allowed, I just
So
Kinda
first,
rolled
I
with
would
it.
have to ask for a knowledge local check to see if you. He did say the name of the company that had sent this, which was Eric and Kane's Expeditionary Company. I would have you roll a local check to see if you know what their branding would look like first, to see whether or not you'd even be able to figure out which crate it was, if it's in sight.
Got it.
okay.
Yes,
That's
Zero,
my
you know.
local.
Local.
That's a nat 20. So that's another nat.
Oof.
We just have two, and then just wah, wah.
Wah, wah.
2 20s and a 1.
Really adds to the Nat 20 fanfare we hear.
Oh, that was
does.
beautiful. Oh god, I'm dying. Oh, that
So-
was so good. I laughed myself into death.
I don't actually have the image built up yet, but the image of Eric and Kane's Expeditionary Company looks like a lowercase e inside of an uppercase C with a little 2 superscript at the side. So it's EC, almost looks like EC squared.
Hey.
Okay.
That means Albert E.
No, it's
Nice.
that one is supposed to be playing on its EC twice, Eric and Kane's Expeditionary Company, EC. So,
Oh, they're
like
so clever.
I like it.
Yeah.
like it. That's cute.
yeah. So you know what the symbol looks like. So let's see, Zero and Cyrille, you know what it looks like. John, you're an outsider. You're not aware of these things.
Yeah.
You don't come from the city.
Yeah, I'm from outside of town.
And for Zero and Cyrille, you know their logo, but you know that they are not a company that actually works in this city. They most definitely are. what you know of them, they are a company that is stationed, or at least ships from Baronish.
And you do know that Cyrille only recently came into town from elsewhere and seems to be bankrolled. Baronish would be a good choice for that.
Kevin, you mean, right?
Yes, Kevin.
Okay.
I just
You
used
said-
his last name.
Oh, you said Cyrille, which...
No, I said Cyrille.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No,
I
you're-
must have misheard then, so...
I'm
Okay.
also very filled with mucus, so
Totally
I
fair.
sound very stuffled.
So, between Zero and Cyrille, you both do recognize the symbol. And then we had some perception checks from Cyrille. And then was that one also a perception check from you, Zero, up above? Above the
Yeah.
let us make a brain?
25, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I think. So yeah, I
It's
have
right
a
here. You catch the eye of that branding on that chest.
got it.
That's correct. Okay. Interesting. Writing this down, writing this down.
As he continues to wait for you all to leave.
Mm.
And then thank you for your cooperation. That's the word.
Mm.
Look, man's got to put food on the table, and anything that sits there and gets in the way of that's a problem. I'm not going to let him be in the way of it.
Much appreciated. You and your boys have yourselves a good evening.
And to you as well.
Close them in.
Were you going to join? Were you also leaving Zero?
Yeah, I was just dying.
Okay,
I was just writing down my notes.
fair. Oh, you found your way out of the map. Congratulations.
We're on,
I
on
guess
the
I didn't-
astral plane. Let's go.
I guess I didn't draw. I guess I didn't draw out there. Oh well, it's whatever. Anyways,
Sorry, man.
you're fine.
That's what happens when you ship without QA.
You guys are the QA.
God damn it.
Look, I'm learning it just as much as anything else, and you guys are the QA that are proving what I need to pay attention to.
God. As a business analyst, that comment is never inaccurate. Oh my god. The amount of fucking bugs I've caught in the last just 2 weeks is staggering.
I'm so
Anyway.
sorry.
Anyway.
I'll just end with being like, well, as far as I can tell, once we get the whole crew back together, we'll have us some options.
Yes,
He's
sir.
definitely-
I'm in charge. Yes.
He
sir.
definitely knows more than he's letting on. I know that much. I can tell by the look in his eye. The cut of his jib.
So, we are now moving on to the ladies. What is it that you guys are all up to currently? We are going to pause time for now because this is essentially happening simultaneously with Dockside.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I was nominated for the lead per Sola, unless Ebony, you'd like to be in command of the team.
Yeah, I had ideas, but ultimately I'm gonna make you in charge of my brain. Here's the car keys. Here's my license.
Do you want the
License to brain.
goblin to be in command?
All right, so I'm the designated driver. Fine.
I think because also we're going on sewers, right? I think.
You guys wanted to try and see if you could figure anything out about these rumors of the undertunnels.
The
Under-
tunnel.
Yeah.
What do I know of these undertunnels as Avara?
So, I forget whether you've made any knowledge checks regarding it. So we'll just go ahead and give you the chance to do it again. From what little we currently know, we understand that under as part of the underbelly of the city, there are rumors that thieves speak of things they call the undertunnels, which are rumored that doors seem to make passages to places they're not supposed to normally, but you have to know how to access them. And many a times, some of the more extravagant rumors say that these tunnels can be even more dangerous than just breaking into somebody's house in the first place.
And this is like a thing where there's no plans, like official, like.
Nope.
Gotcha.
I think somebody made a planes check, and that planes check had revealed to you guys that there is a phenomenon in some cities where the city, essentially the spirit of the city seems to manifest, and sometimes they just, it's as if the city itself just kind of makes them happen. So it's not necessarily something that's planned, it's a magical phenomenon of some sort.
So yeah, I think then Bran and sorry, Solar.
Cheshire.
I was gonna say Chester. Sorry.
I mean, close enough.
Yeah.
He's my brother.
It's Daryl and his other brother, Darrell.
Chesher might be better guiding, but because I'm more knowledge on the upper city, not really on the contrary to the stereotype to the lower parts.
It's okay.
Well-
You are here for magical guidance.
Yeah.
Because
I
the
get-
rest of us.
And as I stated, you guys do still have those lower points if you feel like saying, I know a guy, or I know a place, or I know a system that would help.
Could I? Let me just see if I have a.
As far as I'm
have
aware, Solar is the
bit of an
only person
idea.
that has used one so far.
Yeah, and I believe we have 2, right?
Yep, you each had 2.
Cool. Well, I did have an idea, and I guess this
Mhm.
basically classifies as me spending a lore point, but I'll run it by you.
Sure,
Um,
please do.
So, last time Cheshire did a little outing in the underworld, we found this little spot for ne'er-do-wells. I forget what it's called.
Was it when you guys went to Finch's Gullet?
Finch's
Yes.
Gullet, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Where you found where
established...
you bought a poison from
Yeah.
Radicus Finch.
Yeah, we established that
God damn it.
due to Cheshire's low rolls at the time, we
Yes.
established this was probably not her place where she hung out. Or where
No,
she
she's
went to
a
do
she's
her-
a goody two shoes ne'er do well, not an
She's a goody
actual
two-shoes
not an
ne'er-do-well,
actual
yeah.
ne'er do well.
Yeah. You know, that she's not a thief that
Although I
gives
think
thieves
I remember
a bad
that-
name.
I think Bran was the one who had at least been here once before, which is why the name Finch had caught your eyes, because you had been to a place called Finch's Gullet at least once. So
Yes. Yeah, I was familiar with the place.
yep.
Yeah.
Now
So-
that being said, Cheshire in particular, since she is a criminal of some repute within the city, is there any chance that she would have used the undertunnels at some point?
I don't think chaotic was said that was a thing.
So far as any of you are aware, these are rumors.
Yeah. I don't
However,
think I
you
was
see, it
of
seems
that much
likely.
repute.
It seems that you guys have likely come across something, but that could prove it.
Yeah.
But technically, as far as anybody in the city is aware, they're rumors.
She's heard stories, but never gotten the privilege of using them herself.
And in terms of your repute, I mean, you guys are like level what? 6? 4? I think you guys are 4.
6.
5.
5.
6. No, we're
Oh,
6.
6, pardon me.
We're 6.
Why do I
So-
have the wrong sheet open? Oh my god.
So in terms of repute, you guys would be fair. I mean, this is, Zero's already an established investigator. Bran is well known as a tracker. At least, with whoever she works with. You guys are at least decently known. No, as higher level characters. You're not just first level unknowns, so. But in answer to your question, no, she has never used them. Just heard rumors.
Well, apologies. I've been a level 6 druid this entire time. Hang on, let me get the right character sheet.
So guys, I actually happen to be an urban druid who has this ability that lets me walk through doors exactly like that.
I didn't even notice.
And my everything-proof shield.
Because it gives me Globe of Invulnerability all.
Oh God.
That's the... So, my suggestion was I was going to see if Chesher could go to wherever her hangout spot was, where she is actually a little more well known, and if she could, use her, call in a favor, so to speak, to see if she could find some information on these under tunnels.
So would you like to design this hangout for me? I mean, my first thought is immediately the idea of, why do the orphans sit there and sing songs about her? It's because you hang out where all the little ne'er-do-well orphans are.
You're never more than 20 feet from an orphan.
God.
That is true. I'm gonna be living with an orphan. That's why he owns the house. I mean, what?
It's a little...
dear.
It's a little, yeah. It's just like she has her little eyes on the street that come and tell her things every now and then, So yeah, I could say she probably has a place like that. I don't know. Would you? I imagine it could be like maybe an orphanage that is also an orphanage as a front.
I mean, it could just be an orphanage.
True, but if Ned
All the little bastards inside just kind of do what they want, though. It's not like the nuns can do anything about it.
True.
They try their best, but they're very hands off, which is unfortunate.
Okay.
Not like any nuns I've ever heard of.
True.
Maybe they're special nuns. I don't know.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Ooh. See, children would have a very strange spot in any kind of civilization with zealots because they're not really considered able to make proper contracts. So, that's why, even if your parents are indentured or enslaved, your children can't be. So, they'll stay with you, but once they're of the age of, 15 onwards, that's when they are allowed to be broken free and can do as they wish. So,
Good.
actual children, they're in a very strange spot most of the time. Most people won't hire them some people will hire them, some won't. It just comes down to the individuals usually. They can't hold the children to it, really. So that's why it is an orphanage. And maybe you've got like a small spot in the back. There's a small spot there's a basement door that leads down to the basement where you're able to sleep sometimes. They open it up for you because you bring treats and goodies and stuff.
I think so, and even then, I'd say maybe there would be a little bit of a more, slightly affront in the case that if she is bringing things, there still needs to be someone to fence this stuff. No, it's got to be a system to make sure nobody comes a knocking.
That's where the lore point I think is going to be spent, is in your contact. Please go ahead and give me a contact.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Give me a sister that is fencing these goods for you.
Oh, okay.
That's what you said, right?
Oh, well, I said a brother, but I'll just say
I
know
imagine this
someone.
orphanage is run by a sisterhood.
Okay.
A hood of sorts.
A hood.
A what?
All right, I will spend my
that nun
time.
from God, what was that? I'll find her.
Give me just a couple of traits and find a picture or something, and we will roll with it from there.
Sure, I will do that now. Is there any specific dress code that Zolotian nuns prefer?
I've had that strange idea that, the Zolosian clerics are a weird mix of both Catholic and Orthodox, so I mean, something that's still vaguely in that Christian sphere is probably fine.
Okay.
Found her, the one from Black
Catholicism.
Lagoon.
Yeah, you're correct.
I like the glasses.
Oh no.
Also, Catholicism. Flashbacks.
Look, it's very obvious that a lot of Zolosian is very, at least the trappings, so.
I know. I went to Catholic school growing up for my first, from pre-K to second grade.
I went to a Protestant
formative
elementary
years.
school for a while.
My formative years in Catholic school.
Alright. This one will do. You know what? I have a brilliant idea. You may recognize the name here, Chaotic.
Will I?
Oh.
There you go.
Oh yes, I do recognize said name.
Ha ha ha.
Is there a there's gonna be a local priest named Adrastus now.
Okay, nice. Ever so slightly more Warhammer. Sorry, these are the names of our commanders, my sisters of battle, from our Warhammer game.
Nice.
Nice.
Appropriate.
Let's see. And then describe a little bit of Sister Ophelia for me while I am also dragging her character into the said thing.
Probably, given that she's a nun who's of Zelos that's somehow working in the underground, has probably become disenfranchised with the idea of Zelos. Maybe seen a bit too much of the underworld. Things like that. Probably someone who's become very disenchanted.
Heresy.
Well,
Anyways.
that's a strong word, but yes.
That's like your opinion, man.
Heresy. But she's doing so much good. Look at all the children.
Doesn't
feed.
matter. Still heresy.
That's just like your opinion, man.
That's just like your opinion, man.
That's just like your opinion, man. Let's see here.
Hey, I don't question your friends, you know?
Yeah, you do.
Well, I do, but I don't
question
say
you
it.
every day. Go. So you now have a sister Ophelia, who is now a contact, as well as the orphanage, which will yet to be named. Actually, that's the name of it, yet to be named, because it's they're Frumian.
Oh no.
Oh god.
No. No. We're supposed to be far away from that.
Ah, my
supposed-
people.
It just so happens they get a higher tax rate.
I was gonna say, Raggy's here. Raggy wouldn't allow this.
Raggy absolutely allows this.
Fucking
No, he doesn't.
goddamn
He hates
We're gonna
Frumian.
take Wuten's image and make it so that it's like, oh, is she a cleric? Is she an oracle? She's a gunslinger.
Oh
Oh,
my
yeah.
god.
Hell yeah.
I love that.
Okay, so should this contact be needed, you now have her available,
Okay, well, in that
as
case,
well as the orphanage yet to be
Also,
named.
very unfortunate name for her character, because I'm just sitting here thinking, yeah, Ophelia titties.
That's how you
Don't
know
ask what
she's
her last
Frumian.
name is.
That's how you know. That's how you know.
Don't ask what her last name is.
Have you never heard that though? Somewhere?
No, I haven't.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Every time I see the name Ophelia, I'm just like, yeah, Ophelia titties.
What have you done?
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
I think I'm going to pay Ophelia a visit.
Ophelia titties. Sorry.
Shush.
I'm not sorry.
So you guys are going roughly a
So
similar
dumb.
distance, so this will probably take you 30 minutes to get there, and you guys will be at the orphanage. I do not have a picture of said orphanage, but I'll work on it.
I'll find something in the meantime.
It's in our
As
hearts.
we get closer, Chesh will turn around and look at both of you and says, "Just giving you a warning now. keep your hands in your pockets to stop other hands going in there. All right?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not there.
Actually, my brain just farted. What exactly are we looking for on our end?
I'm using my contact to see if she has heard anything, given that she is a member of this
Trying to
unsavory
learn about
orphanage.
undertunnels.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Okay. I'm just looking if I have anything I can do here.
Well, I mean, we do know that there is some sort of mystical component to them. I don't, like Karik said, I don't know that we ever rolled any knowledges that were not local, because I remember I rolled local, and local I was able to do pretty well at, and therefore get all this information about what the rumors are about it. But if you have anything like Arcana or something that could help us to...
Or if you have a contact that you'd like to make up and invent, or a system, or a place you would like to go.
When you guys told me about the tunnels, I rolled Arcana and Planes, and I rolled really high because that's kind of what I do. And I gave us a lot of information about it in that regard.
Okay.
I could start doing greater detect magic, if we get to the tunnels.
Well, the real question is where to even look in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And it only lasts minutes per level, I believe, and it's going to be at least a 30-minute walk.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, Ophelia can give us a lead.
Right, if you guys have anything else to talk about while you're on the way.
Looking at my sheet here, would... This is going to sound very stupid, but would dungeoneering help me at all? Like, if there is a physical component, a real-world component to these tunnels, would there be some way, some hallmark for me to be looking out for as we're scrounging through the shittier parts of town?
Well, honestly, I would probably just say that similar to your local check and the other things you guys found out, what dungeoneering would specifically do for you would tell you that usually there is a physical symbol or something else that would denote such a thing, and that it most likely requires some kind of a magical key or word to activate. That's probably what a dungeoneering check would have told you.
Right, which we
Because that sounds like something a dungeoner would know, is like, it's like, oh, magic stuff, what is usually involved with it? I don't know how it works, I just know what I can do with it. So... And then somebody, I think Zero did make a planes check, and that was a thing that told you that sometimes cities just sort of, it just kind of happens, almost like there's a spirit of the city, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anything else, or are we just going to go to, I already forgot the fucking name I gave it, so.
I might just be I might just be on the lookout for any people who have the intentions to steal from us, or
every
pickpocket
orphan in the
us.
area is looking at your pockets.
Every single one.
So go ahead and give me perception checks.
Chesher grins at you. Do I need to make this roll as well?
Sure. Well, it's still a good idea for you to do so, because, you've gotten chummy enough with them, they don't take from you. That doesn't mean you can't watch out for everyone else.
That's fair.
What was it? It was to be named? Okay. Your to be named orphanage.
They couldn't afford a sign. So they've got the one that they just painted that on it.
So as you guys are approaching the orphanage, Ebony and Bran, you will both find at least one small hand that ends up trying to go into a pouch.
Mm. Can I like just offhand um use create water to spray the kid on the face, kind of like a
If you'd like to.
Yes.
So, to ward said child off, you create a spray of water in his face, at which he's like, what was that for, you prick? And just
Gonna
kind
do
of
it again.
just starts running away from you. I know that wasn't very nice, says another kid from across the way. Yeah, why would you do that?
Wow, do you want some too?
At which point,
Bran just
Chesher is
kind of
going to
throws
push your
the-
hand down. Now, guys. This one's with me.
They kind of get wide-eyed for a second and start whispering to each other before they run around the corner of the orphanage. Oh, look, the music ended. I didn't realize I did not put this one on loop.
I knew it worked with cats. I didn't know it worked that well with children too.
Oh, don't worry about them. They're just a little.
Oh, you should never spray your cats. That's the fastest way to get them to distrust you.
I know,
Never
I
spray
know,
cats.
I know. But it's the goblin, not me.
I'm gonna kill your goblin for mentally and emotionally distressing cats.
This was a child, not a cat.
Yeah,
So it's
Child's-
fine.
It's acceptable.
It's
But a
acceptable.
cat, no.
She doesn't own cats. Don't worry. She only owns plushies.
Stealing all of your cat plushies, I don't trust you.
What to practice on? Oh man, you're terrible.
You no longer have cat plushies. They have been confiscated.
You follow said children around the corner, and they've run down into the little basement entrance of the orphanage, the one that Cheshire has used so often, both to hide, to sleep, to hang out, and to have the additional goods for Ophelia, who is more than happy to take any kind of donation at this point, as the orphanage seems to be lacking slightly in that compared to other orphanages.
Hmm.
Lord Pronamia likes to donate, but he doesn't donate to all of them.
And
Indeed.
certainly not Frommian ones.
Yep.
You. No. Technically, she won't say anything. Said. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Anyways.
As you walk by, she just says like, apologies about them. They're just a little too honed to instinct, and if there's anything street urchins do well, they smell money. She grins at you.
Oh, I'm just gonna look down at the skirt I have, which is inlaid with coins.
You now know why they were staring at you.
Yeah, sorry to you. You look like, well, food for a year for them, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, no, that's gonna just grab a little bit of gold, 5 coins, give it to you, Cheshire. Alright, give this to them, just so they don't go around stealing from me.
Well, I can put in a good word as always.
So, going down into said basement,
Mm-hmm.
those two kids seem to have already run off upstairs and are already taking Sister Ophelia by the hand down the stairs. Oh, Cheshire. I didn't realize I'd let you out of the stockade so quickly.
Oh, you know me. Can't stay locked up for long.
You're
Did you
How
welcome.
you doing, Ophelia?
As well as I can be, sitting there dealing with all of these rapscallions. Give one of them a
Yes.
little give the one that you know is okay with it tussles, while the other one's already gone off into a corner. And it's just kind of sitting on a stool, just kind of vaguely watching.
Hmm.
And I see you've brought friends. Not more orphans for the orphanage, I hope. She's
Oh,
looking
no.
she's looking at the goblin based on her size, like not another orphan, I hope.
Oh no, these two can look after themselves. Don't worry.
They're fully grown adults.
Ma'am,
That is
I'm
a fully
graduated.
grown goblin.
Fully
ma'am,
grown
I'm-
goblin.
ma'am, I'm a
grown
graduated accountant.
Can I see your hall pass, please?
Oh man, I wonder if she's the kind of sister who's got the whipping stick ready to go. Sure, they're mostly hands off. That doesn't mean Ophelia is. She wields the carrot and the stick in equal measure.
Well,
She says as she swipes down on her skirt for a moment. Blouse, skirt, same difference, I guess. Dress. What is it that brings you here today? Are you resting? Do you have something that you're looking for? Something to donate?
well, first, on the good conscience of my friend here, nods towards the goblin and offers 5 gold. But I came here hoping you might be able to do a favor for me. Calling one in, as it were.
So, she holds out a hand and accepts said coin. And will nod down at the goblin. Donations, as always, are appreciated to sit there and make sure that these young ones have another day's food for their bellies. What is it that you're looking for?
Let's just say I'm on a little bit of a quest here, and I need some info about some rumors. Ones I'm sure you've heard before. She kind of leans against the wall.
These little ears hear many things.
Indeed, they do. What have they heard about the undertunnels?
Undertunnels. I feel like I've heard a few of them speak of it. They say something about monsters coming out of tunnels under the city from time to time that take them down if they've been too naughty. Sounds somewhat familiar, I think. Is any... She puts her hand to her mouth for a second, covering it.
Really? Any info that they can give would much appreciated.
Let me see here.
Perhaps particular locations, anything they've heard, particular, I don't know, nursery rhymes, magic words, that sort of thing.
Bran will hold up a finger while all of this is being said and produce the etching that she took of the symbol that was by the putative entrance to these tunnels. Hand that over for consideration as well.
Oh, right. Takes the paper and shows it to her. Also, anything to do with this symbol?
I think this one will work. I like how the name for this one is Little Male Criminal. Oh dear. Okay.
Okay.
I was just finding some art, that's all. He's a criminal, guys. Don't forget that.
Criminal.
Criminal.
That's a criminal
Criminal.
if I've ever seen one.
So, we'll use that image for now. I'll bring it up eventually. But, so you were saying stories or anything like that, or an etching.
Mhm.
This small boy, sitting in the corner... Ow! 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 What's that? Is that what I think it is? He's trying to jump up to take a look at it while Ophelia is holding it and shows it down. I don't remember exactly how I described what it looked like.
I have that as a skull with 2 dots.
Gotcha.
Worked into the brick.
Gotcha. You're looking for these things, are you? I've seen one. I can show you where it is. I think it's kind of cool.
Chesher will kneel down. Really? You've seen one of these?
Yeah, it's further down by the. It's almost over by where the. It's over by where the sewers let out into the harbor.
All right. Think you could point us in the right direction?
I'll sit there and I'll show you.
Oh, that would be much appreciated, little one.
I've sat there and I've heard that you can sit there and you can walk through them. They said it's like if it's the same, if there's one that looks the same somewhere else in the city, it's like the two doors are like, it's like you walk through. It's like you're going through it, but you're not at the same time.
Don't suppose you've heard any magic words spoken about? You know, witch cauldron stuff?
That's what you use to make magic things work, yeah?
Oh, you're a smart one, aren't you? That's right.
Come on, then. Come on. Sister Ophelia will give you a wave as she makes her way back up the stairs. She's very used to just the quick in and outs at this point.
I will say to her on the way out, let me know if you've heard anything else, alright? If you could send a runner to, I will quickly scribble down the, address of Zero's house. And I'll take the etching back.
Okay, so the etching is taken back.
Yeah.
And I will make sure that some of this donation ends up in the right hand. What is the information you want sent?
Just if you've heard anything about these animals, any locations, any particular things doing with this symbol, and if you've heard any words spoken, you know, magic type. We're trying to see if we can find where these the locations of them are, but
of course.
Do be careful about it, all right? Because something's not right about it.
Of course.
And then I will take the hand of this kid, and I will just let him lead me.
Speaking
I was gonna say before we go, I was gonna say something to the sister.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Question: how often do you receive this kind of donations? Just because if not, I mean, I would hate to have to see this your brats, you know, committing theft every day just to survive.
She's going to give a look over to Chesher for a second, look back at you and all the coins on your person. We receive many illegal donation every day, doing everything we can to keep the orphans clothed, fed, and educated.
Would 20 gold pieces a month sound good for extra help?
Her eyes will widen a little bit. If you're looking to draw up a proper donation contract when you have some time, 20 gold pieces a month would be well received.
Question. As an
Answer.
accountant, could I say I just have one of those at hand? I would have on my old papers and whatnot. I probably have like IOUs and all that kind of stuff.
So when she says it would be well received, you've already thrown out a piece of paper with everything on it.
Yeah, and just like immediately sign it, just like scrabble.
She's going to smile. She's going to take it. I will give it a read over and return it to you when you come back. She's got actually a fairly genuine smile on her face now.
And just gonna drop the other 15.
She will go ahead and hold her hand out for it. I will be sure to sit there and give you I will give your contract a good read. When everything is said and done, we'll then be able to keep you informed as to how we are using your funds. Your name is?
Leave it anonymous.
Say again.
Leave it anonymous.
Anonymous donations. Well, regardless, I am Sister Ophelia, and I will be looking forward to your continuing donations.
Sure. I don't want to keep spraying your kids every time I come here.
And now we see.
Yeah, I'm giving you the money not out of the kindness of my heart, but to keep their hands out of my fucking pockets.
Yes.
You think you can get the Cheshire subscription service of not being pickpocketed on the street?
Ah, yes, the Cheshire subscription. Were you doing regular or plus?
Billed monthly or annually?
It's cheaper if you do it annually, 10% off.
God.
Jesus. Okay. So, with that all said and done, she will look it over while you guys are off. And
sorry, I'll just quickly be quick. As we leave, Cheshire will nudge you and say, "Not many people like you would notice such a place like this. That was quite banging of you." She was saying that to you.
Oh yeah. No worries. I don't like people, needing to steal for survival.
Well, personally.
Yeah, get a job, you dumb kids. Goblin.
Yes. she has a job, thank you very much.
So do I. Well, personally, neither do I. But, well, let's just say I've seen too much of this side of the sea. These kids are going to be stealing to feed themselves no matter what.
So, we're going to say you guys end up roughly down here along the dockside, just between dockside and the docks. Sure, dockside is still technically the docks district, but everybody understands dockside to be the more sketchy side of the docks.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And here, there will be a small, nondescript door of sorts. In fact, it's... Let me think. Where would it be? What would it be exactly? So there's a doorway here, which is, once again, one that seems to be in an alleyway that seems to be between two buildings leading out to a small courtyard out behind, in a funny enough fashion, in a very similar way to how the other door also led into a courtyard. But that one was instead two buildings facing each other, whereas this one's a courtyard surrounded by... It's essentially one of those little, like a back alley court of like a little town center bit, like a square, just sort of built out in between these buildings with little alleyways that lead to them. One of them happens to have a door that is attached to it, and he points out a small symbol on the upper right-hand side of the door that looks like a little skull with 4 dots inside of it.
Interesting.
It's so weird, right? That's what everybody says is like, it's what tells you that the door goes where it's not supposed to go. But this one's always going where it's supposed to go. I ain't never seen it go nowhere else.
Really? You've seen it be used?
No, I've never seen it go somewhere else. You didn't hear me?
Oh, I see what you... That's a lot of help. And you've never heard anything said about it? Nothing...
Oh no, I've sat there and heard a lot of people sit there and say that that's what's supposed to be said, that it goes where it's not supposed to go.
Goes where it's not supposed to go.
Just never seen anybody do it. I sat there and heard one boy say that he saw a girl who was trying to make it do that though, and it opened up and it was all dark, and this hands just reached out at her and it pulled her in. I'm not sure if I want to go where the door goes, if that's where it goes.
She will ruffle his hair.
He looks a little, makes a slight pout at that.
Don't worry. This is where we'll handle things. If there's anything nasty about this door, we'll figure it. Here. She takes 2 gold out of her pocket. Don't let the others see you.
He very eagerly takes the 2 gold. Oh, thank you, Chesher.
Go up to Newcastle or something. Buy yourself something nice.
I think I'm gonna get me some of those candied apples.
Oh, nice job.
He just sort of takes off. He's looking after his candied apples now.
Before he leaves.
You better catch him, because he's going.
This was something I've already rolled.
Okay.
And this was in the basement.
Okay.
It was a sense motive
Mm-hmm.
on the kid. Because Bran is suspicious, and I have read enough horror stories that I want to make sure that he is on the up and up, and that he doesn't have any ulterior motive in showing this to us.
So is that the 21 that you've rolled?
That is correct.
In the basement.
Yes.
He did very much seem like he was eager to show you something he thought was cool. There may also have been a slight hint of, he expects some payment for helping you involved in that, but nothing that seems necessarily malicious other than, the standard, I'm doing some help, I'm hoping I'll get my tip. So.
Got it.
It's about the worst you get from him.
Understood.
Other than that, unless you have another reason to try to stop him, he is now waddling off down the alley to make his way over to get some candied apples.
If I needed to chase him, I'd send the wolf after him.
Just running down, just a small child running down the street screaming with a dog after him.
I love Bran and Avara have the same thought about children. It's like, nah.
Precisely.
Ain't no one in this city. Why do you think the orphanages are all so run down? Nobody likes children.
They're mouths to feed and they can't give back. When you're in the middle of a fucking reconstruction, that's the last thing you need.
I think also...
there you have found Cheshire's entire character story.
I think it's also fun that we have like the 2 polar opposite opinions on children with these groups. Because we all know John Darksoul is probably very very kind to children.
He's a paladin.
But of course.
Yeah. We just didn't take him because he might have done reenacted that little comic I posted the other day.
Yeah.
He's like him.
So, you guys have been shown a door. There's a small symbol on the upper right. There's a little skull pattern with 4 dots. It is very similar to the etching that not draw. I know there's a term for it. I can't remember what the name is. Because I know a rubbing. There you go. Thank you. It's very similar to the rubbing you took, but you do note that the skull is a slightly different shape, and it's 4 dots instead of 2.
Would there be any way for me to tell if there was significance to the difference in skull? Because it could just be, a different hand doing it, but and I can tell that the number of dots is significant, maybe indicating which sort of corridor it connects to. But
yeah, that, or maybe there's another 4-dotted skull in the city somewhere, and that.
Yeah.
I might require an Arcana check, I would say, on this one.
That I cannot do.
I could allow a very high dungeoneering as well.
Okay.
Does Avara have knowledge Arcana?
I do.
Okay. You could give me an Arcana check if you'd like.
Why does Flam does not in
Cheshire's roll was a what?
Dungeoneering.
Okay. We'll wait for the Arcana check then, and then I will give you the info.
Okay, Arcana.
Okay. So between, I would say, here, Cheshire and Ebony.
Mm-hmm.
Cheshire, you understand, from the more dungeoneering aspect of things that generally a difference in symbols is usually important. And from Avara's side, yes, when it comes to magical markings, they are very precise. If there is a difference, it does in fact mean something. Most likely in this case, kind of just doing a little bit of put 2 and 2 together. Most likely, with the way that the other skull was, it probably leads to a matching symbol somewhere else. So the difference in skull shape is in fact important.
Hmm.
One of those weird little things where, if a thief is trying to move too quick and doesn't remember what's one and what's the other, he might take the wrong thing and go to the wrong spot.
Could I?
Or, says the wrong word as he approaches it because he thinks it's one and it's not. Words and symbols are very important in magic.
Question.
Answer.
Might be a bit of a stretch, but could I assume that maybe if they are meant to be like let's see if I make sense. If both skulls, you could say, are like a part of a set of sorts.
Okay.
Could I maybe have an animal track if they could maybe smell the same?
Magic doesn't normally have a scent, not one that a normal animal picks up. You require some kind of a magical ability to do something like that. Like, I'm sure there are some animals that can, like, smell magic, but it's not a normal thing.
Would clairvoyance help me in this case?
And very likely, based on the way the rumors are being stated, it's very likely that no person's actually making these symbols. After all, not that you've heard of anybody making any of them anywhere. It was probably about another 15 minutes to come down here to the dock side, so we'll be able to roughly sync up your guys' times once you're finished.
Perfect.
A lot of walking. You guys are going to be getting some good cardio today.
Hell yeah. Especially
Oh,
me
yeah.
with the fucking 50-pound
Getting our
full
steps
plate.
in.
My guy, I wasn't even in full plate, and I walked 45 minutes down my main street, and I was fucking dead by the end of it.
This is what
There's
we
a reason
mean by
I have-
leg work.
There's a reason I have 18 strength and 20 con. It's all that
This
fucking
is
cardio.
leg work. It's
It's
a
like-
part of the job.
Yeah.
It's like Goku in Dragon Ball when he takes off the weighted clothes against Tien.
His power level is just spiked.
He's just jumping like 15 feet in the air without an issue.
Oh, how much of those weighs he has? They're each like 5 tons.
Doing push-ups and 100 times gravity. So, anything else that you guys would like?
I wish we could find more information. I want to find the
I
stupid
I forgot. Do I have any magic sign on the skulls? Like any specific kind of magics?
Neither of them had detect magic when they found the last one, so if you'd like to use detect magic, go for it.
I will. Because we probably should have.
Well, they
There-
did not.
There is a very faint aura of conjuration coming from the little etching of the skull.
Could I decipher how to use it?
You'd like to identify?
I would love to if I had it.
Well, I believe you still can with detect magic. You just do it without the bonus of identify.
Mhm.
You
I'm
just
gonna
make
have to ask.
I'm trying to remember what it is you use for it. I've not used magic device. It's spellcraft, I believe.
Spellcraft.
Would Chesher and Bran allow me to try to see if I can use
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, Bran was actually going to suggest it.
That's
You'd
why
be
we-
in charge.
That's why we assigned you to tunnel group. The tunnel snakes.
I'm gonna.
You were the spellcaster, and this is magic stuff. So,
Did you say it was spellcraft?
Yes.
alongside a detect magic spell,
Okay.
So 17.
a 17 on your roll.
Let me see if I want to add. If I want to use my. You know what? I'm gonna use my natural divination on this one, so I'm adding the plus 10 on that skill check if needed, because that might be very useful.
Agreed.
So, you are in
27.
fact going to use it.
Yes.
Okay. Very helpful, otherwise you would have failed. So, you are... Let me see exactly what it says about identifying the properties.
Imagine, guys, if this calls summon something.
It could answer our questions, so let it summon something intelligent.
Yeah, well, that was actually going to be my follow-up question to Chaotic is, if the skull is significant, is there a way for me to identify what the skull belongs to?
It looks like a humanoid skull of some kind.
Hmm.
It kind of looks like the upper half of a humanoid skull.
Okay.
In terms of its shape. It's stylized, obviously, but, it doesn't look like a deer skull, it doesn't look like a dragon skull or anything like that.
Fair enough.
Well, it says ascertain the properties of magic item. So I'm trying to figure out, does that mean you also find out any word to use it?
But does that be up to your discretion?
I'd say it's one of those, in the short period of time, no, but given enough time to study it, I would say you could. Because I do believe that's kind of how identifying magic items generally works. Because usually you also learn the command word. Let me see. I see. Identify. Gives you the bonus to identify the properties and command words of magic items in your possession. Does not allow you to identify objects. Although it says on spellcraft checks made to identify the properties and command words. Okay. So, it does seem as though there's no specific spell for this, but given about a minute or so of study of this small symbol and the auras of magic that are just the very faint magic that seems to be coming from it, it appears rather than merely conjuration, it is a form of conjuration calling, which definitely does seem as though it is connected to the door. Using the correct key alongside it will open the door to, you imagine, a matching symbol somewhere else in the city. Studying the rune, you realize there is no command word, but a command object. It appears as though it actually does need a key of some kind. As to what said key is, you're not sure. Most likely an object that has the same... That I would basically put it down to, if you're using Detect Magic and you study the key, you would find that it has a matching... It'd be like, looking at the teeth on a key and recognizing, and see the inner workings of the lock, see the key, and be able to go, I see how that fits.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be able to look at the magic aura and recognize that it fits and would then activate said symbol.
And now we need to look out for keys.
Yep.
Or
Is
objects.
At least for this one. We might want to also have you look at the other skull as well later.
The one that you guys defaced?
Oh. I mean, we were... Oh.
They did deface it, so...
How dare you guys. 0 out of 10.
No, that was I stand by that being intelligent, but that does lead to the follow-up question that I have here, which Bran will write out for the Goblin's consideration, whose name I've already forgotten. Avara? Avara. Thank you. Should this information be passed to me, is the aura connected to the skull marking or to the arch?
The aura is emanating from the skull, but the properties of the item identified shows that it essentially ends up affecting the door. But the skull is the one that's actually emanating the magic.
Okay, so a destroyed skull means the door is done.
Most
Which means
likely.
we won't be able to find where that door connects to anymore.
Well, you could always go scouring through the city and just happen across it.
Yeah, that's the only way now.
Well, I mean, I could go back to the orphanage and says whoever finds a skull with 2 dots on it gets 10
It's a
gold.
cookie.
There you go.
Take advantage of your resources, man.
I mean, yeah, I could weaponize the children.
Weaponize
the children.
That's
And
over there.
you said you didn't like them.
I like
Never
cats.
said they weren't useful.
Yeah, it's like Fallout. Children are fucking invincible.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Send them in to
Because
break the landmines and
Use them.
You know,
Use them to tank Morgala.
yeah, use them to take Morgala. Exactly.
I just wear children as armor on my body.
Good.
Oh my
I'm
god.
very pleased friends for my moth child now.
Oh my god.
It's like the Morty shield in Rick and Morty. You're just using them to sit there and shield yourself from everything. Anyways. So, anything else? We can otherwise assume that you go and offer said reward to the children.
Hang on.
And they also
Okay.
know where to run to.
I'm gonna do a quick perception check because you said the fact that they were both in courtyards and similarly built courtyards is significant to me.
Mm-hmm.
They're
That
all
is true.
perception to see if there's anything else about this that strikes me as similar to the other place that we looked. Number one,
Okay.
and number two, to see with a local if there's any reason why courtyards would be significant, I guess. You know, is there a certain design philosophy in play?
God damn.
36 on the perception.
God
Okay.
damn.
And then
I would actually say to give me a religion as well. Give me a religion knowledge as well.
don't have it, I'm sorry.
You can just roll a straight intelligence.
Okay. And that is...
Am I allowed to aid or?
If Bran is thinking out loud, but Bran doesn't normally talk out loud, so unless you are otherwise writing to them while you're doing this.
Maybe once I've had my think, and then I'll communicate what my results are.
So that 18 is your straight intelligence roll. Okay.
Correct.
So with the perception check, you seem to find that the doors are in fact both, like, they're similar in make in the sense of they're both made out of wood. They both are, banded with metal and have little, they're not like, just little rings that you sit there and push and they swing two ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just a little something that's almost like it's just making a separation. And the religion roll, to you, the significance of the courtyard and the significance of the door is more, you get the sense of something that you've read in a book somewhere, probably. Stories of, I remember her name. Fuck, what's her name? The goddess or the deity of doorways and travel and time. What was her name?
I'm thinking.
Aeon?
Aeon. Thank you. Stories of the goddess Aeon, the three-headed goddess Aeon, the goddess of doorways, travel, and time. It's just something that a theme from her that sort of pops up in your head in the idea of transitioning, so to speak. It's a transitional space. It doesn't lead into a building. It doesn't lead. It's somewhere on the journey, not really like the end point.
Interesting.
So the significance seems to be that they are both transitional spaces.
Okay. Pardon me. Good to know.
Mhm.
Now, you mentioned the make of the door as well. With a
Mhm.
36, would it be possible for me to determine whether those doors were made by the same company?
Unless it had a little marking on it from them, no.
Okay.
They are similar in build. They're not exactly the same, but they're similar enough that makes you think that it's very likely a connection could have been made because they were also similar in make.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will share all of this, including the Aeon connection.
Okay.
Aeon has a very small following in Newspire specifically. The largest gods here are Zelos, Regidos, and Lunaeus.
Okay.
There
Now-
might be a contingent of Seorsans, but they usually don't live in cities.
Is Aeon usually... Well... Is Aeon usually worshipped, and I say this out of character as well as in, by... I mean, she's a god of ways and passages. That seems like perfect fodder for thieves to worship.
Some thieves might.
right?
I don't think we have a specific god of like thievery or anything like Oldemara or anything like that. But I
Closest
can
we have is probably Venture.
Venture for sure is one that some rogues will worship because he is he's the snail god of luck, right?
Okay.
The lucky snail.
Adorable.
Yeah, because his whole story is that I don't know if I know I posted it somewhere, but a TLDR is that he made a bet against the gods that he could walk from one end of Nertor to the other without dying, and Skolas and Zelos took him up on it, and Skolas cursed him to be a snail, but Zelos gave him immortality because he was like, he needs to at least have a chance, right? He'll die if he's a snail. He literally can't even make it.
Yep.
So he gave him immortality, and then every single time something should have killed him, it didn't, and he eventually made his bet and became a snail god.
I do remember
I
that
love
because
that.
I've got another character that worships him.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, Soren holds him in the highest regard, so.
Good to know.
So Venture would definitely be a big one for thieves. Some may also worship Aeon, as for passages in time and all that. So
Right.
Venture is probably more popular amongst thieves, though.
Okay. Assuming that I'm not reading too much into the Aeon connection that you've stated here, which
Mm-hmm.
always a danger.
Mm-hmm.
What does her community look like in town?
There's probably not a specific chapel or anything. Rather, it's probably more just a loose connection of people who hold the same beliefs and culture to it. She is.
Didn't,
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, didn't Renee worship Aeon?
Yes, she did.
I
Yep,
swear it
I
was
was-
male back then. Did we change it?
I think
It
it's
was like Father Time. I swear it was male back then.
I think I always remember describing that her three heads were like a young girl looking to the future, a woman looking towards the present, and an old woman
Yeah.
looking towards the past.
I don't know why I'm remembering male.
I think we always just kind of said they because it's multiple heads. So
Yeah,
you usually
we were-
say they
Yeah.
because it's not really. The three heads kind of throws people off. It's like it's multiple people, even though it's not. So most people just say they.
Ooh. Yeah,
That
so
could
the
be
only
it.
character. I don't know if we've had other characters, but we have had a playable character that has worshipped Aeon. And
Yes.
it was my blind time archer oracle who saw through time.
Basically. And I was going to make that connection that Aeon is actually most worshipped in Etoile by
Yes.
fetchlings.
Renee would still live here.
If she
never
wasn't,
left Castle Pronamia, remember?
she was one of the ones that also died after the fight with the golem.
What?
Yes, I do remember that.
I was never made aware my own character died. I don't like that because I plan to use her later on. I've never been informed because I wasn't there.
I think that's the reason why I ended up doing that. It was the same thing that happened to Scythius. I essentially just wrote them both out by doing that and making it not possible to bring them back because the characters would otherwise have no reason not to go back and resurrect them. So, well, we can talk about it.
Yeah,
We can talk about it.
I would prefer characters, even if, like, because back then it wasn't that I didn't want to play, it's that I couldn't play due to a lot of mental stresses that I was having at the time, and I don't entirely appreciate my character getting killed off without
We can
me
talk
knowing
about it later.
it.
We can talk about it later.
I just think that we should make that a blanket rule, though, for any campaign going forward. If someone has to step out due to any reason, I do kind of feel like unless it's talked over with them, we shouldn't kill someone's character. I think that should
It
just
was-
be a blanket rule going forward.
It was also years back, so we can always just kind of refurbish whatever
Yeah.
we need to. It's whatever.
Because I feel like
Yes,
that's not my
things
first
can be-
character that's happened with.
Things can be redone. It's fine. Well, like I said, we'll talk about it later. So, no hard feelings about anything at all. It can all be reworked. No worries. So, is there anything else about the doorway you guys would like to work out?
Nothing else that I can think of that hasn't already been put forward.
Okay.
Only do you guys actually want me to put the bounty to the orphanage?
As long as they keep it quiet, yeah.
Well, they're orphans. they will. I think they'll be naturally distrusting of people, but
Either that, or they'll be spreading it like wildfire amongst the other kids.
Yeah, it will spread. It'll probably spread very quickly amongst kids, but I doubt they would spread it to anyone who isn't like a trusted member of the orphanage. But it will be out there, and they are kids. It is a risk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only concern that I would have would be, if somebody else is paying the urchins for information, then the information that somebody has discovered and is looking for these tunnels, enough to put a bounty on them, and that these people can be traced back to the guard, could go over poorly for us, especially since, we are, as Chaotic stated earlier, reasonably well known in town. So, give them an extra $5 to keep it quiet, but that's my only concern.
I can always say, keep this quiet. This is an orphanage only thing. But again,
you guys are part of a special club. You're the only ones who can do this job for me.
Exactly. I can always do that, but as I said, they're kids. I was half joking when I suggested this, but I can do it.
No. I say go for it. Just tell them to use their eyes, not their mouths.
Okay. All right. In that case, after a while, Chesher will step back in.
Okay.
And probably go into like the area where the orphans congregate.
Finding a couple of them down there specifically.
Yeah.
That you offer this to.
Yeah, she'll probably go, right, you lot. Got a little job for you, but it's proper hush-hush, right? Gotta be top secret. Little mission from Chesh, right?
They are all ready and waiting.
Okay. So, see, I'm looking for this little, I suppose you could say it's a little doorway. And you'll know it's the right doorway in the city, because it's got this little skull. I pull out the picture. With 2 little dots on it. That's the important. 2 little dots. So, I was hoping that you guys might be able to go on a little mission for me and, let me know if you see anything like that. Of course. She very, what's the word? Intentionally nudges a pouch on her side, which then jingles with coin. It clinks with coin.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be sure to make it worth your while, of course. But remember, it's got to be hush hush.
One of the little girls chirps up. How much for hush hush?
Oh, I don't know. It is a really big job, and you're gonna do such a good job figuring it out, right?
So, her face goes from slightly more innocent to slightly just more serious. How much for hush hush? Like she's
15
dropping
gold to the one who finds it.
15's good for hush hush. Yeah, they all kind of look amongst each other and they're just like, yeah, no, that sounds good. And then just like, and then they give her a little salute, like, we're on it.
She will salute back. I knew you could do it.
They are already running out the door.
And scatter!
Okay. So we'll go ahead and pull her out.
God, I have a little army. I feel so powerful.
So, we can assume you guys make your way back to the Newcastle district at this point to meet up?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Okay. This will be about another 45 minutes, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. There we go. 45 minutes back to make it back.
That's about 6:20-ish. So that's about evening. Early evening.
Yep, the sun is preparing to set.
Mm-hmm. probably just at the edge of the castle rampart.
Horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah. The sun most often would seem to sets in the east, so
Yeah.
right. Sun rises in the east, sets in the west, right? So it would actually be on this side.
Mm.
You
Well,
can
that's
most often
IRL.
see it over this. As far as for most things, the planet is the same, but
Yeah.
obviously we've determined that winter is longer. The whole planet is actually slightly smaller and has a slightly different set of days, but other than that, you can usually assume physics is about the same.
Yeah.
So.
And of course, 2 moons.
2 moons now.
Yeah.
You're
So-
welcome.
Assuming you guys meet back up, what is your plan?
To not die. Oh god.
Please don't die.
Inside.
No
Hmm.
dying. I forbid it.
That
Well-
seems very opposite of what a DM would.
I'm in the Guti camp of I don't want to kill you. I want to make you suffer. There's a difference.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Chaotic and I are Yavik,
Not
but
because
You can't tell a story with dead characters.
exactly.
Yes.
Well,
Or you get new ones.
something of interest that we picked up on. One of his notes said he had a package to pick up the day of his murder, but he never got it.
I will go ahead and reactivate the other shops since you guys will most likely be heading there. So
They did have it, but we want to, you know how it is. Businesses have a right to privacy. So, seems to me that we're either going to need a warrant or his runner to go pick it up. He emphasizes his runner. If only we had one of those.
Nudge,
All right.
nudge. Achoo,
You see
achoo.
you see Chesh give you this little look in detective chat.
Oh. Very accurate.
oh dear.
Angry kitty face.
Smug kitty face.
Oh,
When she hits you with the :3.
Well, I mean, I may have forgotten, but I might have that job in my repertoire. This feels strange to be getting it from you, though.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I didn't give you a job.
Apparently, I talk as a character if I click on them, so that was actually me saying that. Sorry.
Words force their way out of Bran's mouth.
Apparently, I am.
40 years.
I am very sorry about that. You're just the one I had clicked on to see, because the way I designed this map, unfortunately, I actually can't see you guys unless I click on something. I did not do this very well.
Oh, it's okay.
What is
That 12, by the
Cyril's
way,
role?
was just trying to obviously conceal whatever the meaning of that was. It was like, I didn't give you a job. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that a sense motive from Chesher?
I mean, I feel like she's gotten it, but I'll roll one.
No, it was just for fun anyway. But,
Okay.
she picked it up.
Okay.
It was just more in reply to, like, I didn't think I'd be getting that from you. Like, I didn't give you a job.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. It's not what I mean.
I'm gonna look amongst all the others, especially the paladin, who feel like they would have picked it up as well.
A thing that I've always make sure to come across, I'm going to say now, a paladin's code is about what he does, not necessarily what his party does.
But what does this paladin think about it?
Give me a second. I'm gonna.
This paladin would probably think, hey, someone was murdered, and that's pretty evil.
We have the authority
I don't
of the
know if this is
Inquisition.
pretty evil.
Technically,
Yeah, I don't-
everything we do is under the authority of the Inquisition. We're not doing anything illegal. Ever.
God damn it, chaotic! Why'd you say what I had to say?
I'm
I was
very
actually,
good at mind reading.
I was actually legitimately going to say that.
Well, we act with the authority of the Inquisition. In my mind, anything that would lead us to the answers we're seeking, more power to you. And it would seem
We just need
that
to.
it seems that this CJ knows a lot more than he's letting on.
If we got the documentation for a sign off or a way to use the guy's signature, that'd be a fresh start.
All right.
Hmm.
So what are you all up to?
Crashing
Yeah,
this plane with no survivors.
Anyway,
You know what, John? I think you're my favorite paladin.
I'm happy to see that.
The
Though
helmet blushes.
I am more than just a mere paladin, though. I am an adventurer, a seeker of justice.
And what greater justice is there than to solve the murder of an innocent man, or
Yeah.
a man?
yeah, a man.
We think he's well, even if he's not air quote innocent by standards, maybe he did something bad. I don't think anybody should
Murder
die
is
that
still
way.
bad. Murder is not
Brutally
justified.
eviscerated.
Man got eviscerated and was forced to bleed slowly. Remember the poison that was used? Like
Yeah.
he got fucked. I don't care what he did. I don't know if he deserved that.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I can certainly try and help you figure that out.
It is somewhat
Just didn't
off,
realize there was
though.
so much corruption in God.
Anyway, so just to be clear,
Continued
Speaking-
face of not knowing what she's talking about.
speaking as Solar now, are you when you say you want me to be the quote unquote runner, are you saying you want me to go in and disguise myself to pretend to be the runner, or do you want me to break in there?
Well, the way I phrased it is could be a myriad of things. For one, it could be you could be the runner, and we could do something like, you know, and this is player me talking, of course. Do some kind of signature forging situation.
Who here has
So it
very
looks like
good
that
linguistics?
He signed off on you. Yeah, just have a show like that. You know, he signed off on this person to go do the pickup for him. You could also break in, and because in that case, you are being a runner, just for us.
True.
Who here has very good linguistics?
have a plus 12?
God damn. All right, fair enough. I mean, I've got a 6, but you know,
Yeah.
I'll defer that to you, and I can assist. If
We
Yeah,
have
maybe.
plenty. We have plenty of documentation to show what his signature looks like too. So
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Why can't I find it? My linguistics is a 9, and I get a 1d6 added to it for free.
Okay.
and on the other hand, we do have the Inquisitor's ring, but two things: one, we know how that's going to make us look, and two, it's less fun.
I mean, you do have the ring. You can brute force things if you need to. So,
Oh no!
Hmm. Well, I
Anyways.
was gonna suggest if I was breaking in, give me the ring just in case I do fuck up, because you know at the end of the days these are based on rolls, so I could do that as a last resort. But yeah, let me see.
True.
Let me see. Create or detect forgeries.
Yeah, I said give her the ring. I trust Chess. What?
Document.
Oh.
It depends on what the conditions would be, I guess. There's a table here, so I'll let Chaotic figure that out.
Yeah.
But
you get a +8 bonus to your check if you have a document with a similar handwriting from them. And you get a +4 bonus if you have their signature and you're trying to forge their signature.
And we have a lot.
We have
of
a whole journal full of his writings. You know.
Nice.
Not to
So
mention we
already-
could easily
already-
just walk back to his shop and get any papers we need.
Already,
And also
already we have a
hat of
+12.
disguise.
What's something to also remember is since they are pretty much closing business for the day, we probably won't be able to go pick it up till tomorrow if we wanted to look
Yeah.
on the high.
Yeah, I'm fine if we want to do that. I feel like disguising and pretending to be the runner might be a little less suspicious, given that.
And since we have all night, technically we could take 20 on the linguistics check, couldn't we?
We could.
Yeah.
Taking 20 is also that you have the ability to fail multiple times. I'd allow a take 10, but not a take 20. Because take 20 is the you fail until you succeed. This is a once and done. So
Well,
I'd allow a take 10, but not a take 20. Take 20 is more like, I'm sitting there with my lock picks and I can literally take my time. I could break one. It doesn't matter. Eventually I'll get it
do
open.
we only have one sheet? I thought we could.
Yeah. Could we just not
I just thought
like
we
if
could
we
have...
if we
How
decide it
well
doesn't
can you
look
sit
good-
there and I was gonna.
I thought it was because it was like a singular document thing that he might have had. I thought.
It's more like the how do you objectively tell how well you did. You really don't. So
Okay.
it's kind of like I think it's the same with making a magic item. Like you actually can't take 20 because failure actually has a significant consequence. Whereas, it's the same thing technically for if I was say, oh, I want to take 20 on picking a lock. Oh, that lock is trapped. You set off the trap automatically.
Okay.
If
Oh,
there's
we
a
could-
fail state that actually matters, then taking 20 actually isn't. You can't do it. Or if you do, you just auto fail.
Well, you know what? We have even with taking 10 with
You'll end up somewhere in
with
the
Chesher's-
low 30s.
yeah,
So,
we're gonna hit the low 30s minimum. We're gonna hit I
Yeah.
think it's like
Let
34
me toss my
minimum.
assist out here. I'm kidding, it's take 10 anyway, so...
Yeah.
You would have 12 plus the assist from... Technically, we could all assist at that point.
they're all just looking over the shoulder no, you need to slightly turn your wrist this way.
So that
You
would
can move
be
it to-
5,
We could move that to at
10
least like a
added
DC
12,
40.
22.
It's a fucking Ouija board.
22 plus
Everybody's got their hands on the fucking quill.
10.
Are you moving it? No.
30.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's
5.
Kevin's ghost moving it. Oh wait, that means he really did sign it.
Yo, hey, you do know that there's a ghost. Wait, there was a ghost though.
Plus 10 from assists, so plus 12.
Would we
plus 10,
ask
plus
the
8.
ghost?
Oh my god! More of a fucking seance just to actually get it.
I mean,
Oh
if we're
my
having
God,
a seance, I feel like we've got more
God.
interesting questions to ask than could you sign this, please?
Yeah, who the fuck killed it? No, we don't need to
Sign
know.
here.
By the way,
if you're
who
not-
killed you? Well,
Sign here if you're not gay. Quill lifts up.
Best way to catch a ghost.
There it
Be
is.
Sign this unless you're gay. It's just shit. Sign this.
DC
You get-
44, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So in other words, there's probably a pretty strong chance that even if he bothers to try to check it over, he probably won't notice.
Yeah.
Right, okay. And then I can just hat of disguise up, go over there, and just be like, oh yeah, I'm just the new intern. I'm here to pick this up.
I'm the guy he hired. See, his signature's right here.
His signature's right here. Yeah. Oh, you were asked for a warrant by some people. All right. Well, just tell them to come by this place, and
Here's his PO box.
Yeah. if they want to see the contents of this box, sure they can. Just Hey,
Yeah,
the
it's-
faster
don't worry.
they take
Don't
we
worry
take it
about
out
it.
of their hands, they
Well-
don't want it.
That will be your check for when you guys do that this evening. In the meantime,
Oh,
is
yeah.
there anything else you're doing?
We gotta go talk to Melissa. Anyway. I'm done with that voice.
You're never
Melissa
done with that voice.
Peters.
Melissa Peters. Alright. God.
We want to take a quick pee break before we go interview the lady.
Honestly,
Pee
that's
break.
probably for the best. Yeah. Alright,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and pee break, and we will be right back.
Alright.
And we're back. Ebony did have to leave for IRL stuff, so we'll be continuing on for a little bit longer. There's a couple of things that we're planning on doing, but otherwise we'll continue on here.
For our friend in the chat, Paul, we take pee breaks on the regular here because we play so long.
Yeah, we usually do like maybe 1 or 2, depending.
You know,
Yeah, if it's a long, busy battle, sometimes too.
It's like a movie, you know. You have to have the really, really long movies. Got to build in that intermission. Thank you. See,
Yeah.
Got you here to help when the brains stop work.
It's all good.
So
What I'm here for.
I will unpause the game and start the time back up. I put the time back a little bit because I forgot to pause it. So.
Yep.
So it's
Okey
currently a little
doke,
after
okey
6:30 as the sun is beginning to set over the western horizon. It's cresting over the gate.
Okay. So, to kind of go with our plan then, were we going to then use our signature to then go in tomorrow?
I believe that the current plan is to speak with Melissa. You're going to do the forgery overnight to go in the morning to pick it up.
Okay.
And yeah, I believe that's your current plan.
Okay. Well, I say let's hop to it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get rolling in here. Keep rolling.
You guys can just assume that Avara is with you.
Yeah.
And we know she does some minor magical stuffs if ever necessary.
I think it was
This way,
north. Yeah.
I think. North.
This is the barber shop.
Okay.
So you two are going the correct way.
Yeah.
Racing down the street.
Whee!
Keep rolling.
Full speed ahead.
Rolling.
Rolling, 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 yeah.
Pet cat. Leave.
Meow.
Hands up, hands down.
Is this door right here? I'm member.
Yes. The door will be open, I'm pretty sure. Let me check something here. Locations. Technically, the barbershop is closed.
Well, yeah.
But
Yeah,
all you gotta
but-
do is
That's
knock.
why we came this late.
Mm-hmm.
True. So
It's like
Knock.
6:30.
normally he closes at 5. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we gave them an hour to, like,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
relax.
Cygnus, were you coming along as well, or no?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No worries. I was just checking.
How dare
weren't
you?
moving.
Sorry.
So I'll go ahead and unlock the door.
Rude.
He will answer said door. He would be here anyways, so. Yalabrak, come on in, come on. And just kind of walk in. He starts walking up the stairs. Melissa! They're here to talk to you! Moving people around.
Here to
She'll
clear
end
my
up
throat,
walking
apparently.
downstairs. Close the door on yourself on the way in.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Real
the first
gift
time
of
it's
travel.
happened. Certainly won't be the last.
So he's now standing at the edge of the stairs, and she comes forward. So obviously you remember that, this doesn't exactly look like how it looks, so. She lets out a sigh. Zero, I presume. Yes, I'm Melissa. She's got her arms crossed in front of her chest, under her breasts, and is sort of just looking over at you. Nonplussed, mostly.
I forgot what we were going to talk to her about. Oh, God.
She was presumably the lady that our dear murdered victim was charming.
Pining after.
Yeah, pining
That
after.
is correct.
And there's the rumor going about that she is with child.
And we want to try to clear up the rumors, is what the
Yes.
approach was. Not
Yes.
that we're here to accuse her of those things. We're
Right.
here to help her clear her name.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Clear up these pesky rumors.
Exactly.
All right.
We are not here to accuse you of anything. I just want to put that out there right away.
Good, because it's not true.
Is there anything that we just have to go about this in a way of evidence? In a way, like, find things to clear your name. Is there any way that you could prove that you were never in any form of relationship with Kevin?
She looks at you rather funny. In a relationship with Kevin? What are you talking about?
Oh man.
Is that what they is that who they think that I was? Where did you hear that one?
I don't remember. Where did I hear that one, guys?
The journals.
Yeah, Kevin's journals.
That's correct.
At any point, you let me know if you want to make bluffs, diplomacies, sense motives. I'll generally ask you for a diplomacy if I have to, but you know.
You could also
it's
ask
where
the
I'm just having
GM.
issues with, I'm
Yes.
just gonna have. I'm just having difficulties with like
Braining.
brain speaking motions.
Mm-hmm.
Having difficulty braining
wants
today, it's
to-
fine.
I wants to be my wingman. Oh,
Alright, Cyrille start stepping forward and say like,
thank you, you're my prince. I'm gonna clear you and talk. Let's go.
one alt at a time, please. And he'll say, like, look, I'm much of a dancer, but I especially hate chin boogie.
What?
We're gonna make sure that we're gonna keep it good. We're gonna make sure that people quit doing this dance around town, because all it does is piss people like me off.
Kind of curious as to why you're look into some stupid rumor anyways. Is that why you're here, or is there something else? If it's anything to do with Kevin, I've heard something happened at his house. I have nothing to do with it.
Would everybody like to sense motive with me on that one, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
That was a yes, sir. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I know it came
While
out
we're
as
here.
Who knocked mine over to 1? Who knocked my
Someone
dice?
knocked me onto the.
That should be Bran, not the wolf, with the 30.
Fair enough.
But what did Wolf roll? 34.
Damn. In regards to something being involved, whatever is going on at Kevin's residence, she seems like she's being truthful about it.
Yeah. Now the question is, this is to the party as a whole. Do we want to tell her? Or do we just want to go about this as if we're trying to clear up any rumors that there might be, that we are on her side, and that we just want to clear up any misunderstandings?
I think it would be best to just do the same thing we've been doing so far. Something's happened. There's a crime that's been taken place involving Kevin, and we are just investigating. Well,
Yes,
in our
it's us
investigation,
stealing
we
his
have heard
shit.
about. Yeah,
And
we've heard about rumors.
If anything that there could be revealed to kind of show it to be a little less weird, that we're all fucking piling in here over this, it could be the fact that we could just reveal that some of our journal entries found that he was rather fond of her.
We just need to figure out if this was a one-sided thing or not. Where did the pregnancy story come from? Like, I'm just like, I don't know how to like put these into character words. So,
Do you want to? Here, let me ask you this, Kai. Do
I'm
you
so
want to be? Do you want to be good cop and phrase that entry or truth or whatever or fact. You want to phrase that fact into something more gently, with more
Tact.
tact, or do you want Cyrille to fucking say it?
I said something very graceful, chaotic. That's what I'm trying to get. I'm so sorry.
If you can't quite get the words out, just give me the general sense. Like, you don't have to directly speak to her, just speak to me, and we can just kind of hand wave that Zero said something far more eloquent than you.
I hate doing it like this, but I am just dying today.
That's okay.
It's fine. Well, that's why we make, what's the word I'm looking for? Not condolences.
That's why we talk it out, baby.
Yeah, there you go. We'll just go with that.
Okay.
Hash it up like Browns.
Accommodations. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of things going on surrounding Kevin right now that we are investigating. We are trying to sift through the false information from the true information, and you're currently one of our leads. We want to, if you say this is untrue, which I do believe you on, I need to find ways to connect the facts to where we can completely shut this, path of knowledge. I'm so good at talking.
To tie this knot.
Yeah,
we're following all of our leads to try and tie what we can together, and if we can quash any unnecessary rumors in the meanwhile, all the better.
Yes, especially if it is entirely untrue. We work in the business of truths, and finding the truth and clearing names is what we do.
Would you like to make a diplomacy check?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will aid.
Thank you. Oh, baby.
Cyril's aid.
32, so 34
Jesus.
with the aid.
All right.
I'm a skill monkey. The rolls is skill checks is what I'm built for.
Yes. Good.
Well, I'm glad that you're here and able to sit there and make sure that whatever this lead happens to be, why I'm even implicated at all, the sooner we can shut that down, the better. I don't know why I'd even be involved with him in the first place.
Do you want me to tell her, Kai?
About what though?
About how he sort of had a crush on her.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do so.
Okay. Well, glad you're sitting down for this one, because we might as well share what we found among some of his journals. Seemed that, truth be told, he had eyes for you from afar.
You will see an involuntary display of disgust across her face.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That lecherous old man! Ugh.
Yeah. Ain't an easier way to put it, but...
Is there any reason he would ever... It sounded like you had zero interest in him. Is there anything that... Did he interact with you a lot? Is there any event that would have started to strike his fancy your way?
My father's given him a haircut every once in a while. He's come in. But that's about the most I know of him. I just have to imagine that he looks after me the same way others do. She flips her hair.
Had he given you any gifts of any sorts to try to strike further fancy with you, or?
He's been in the shop a few times to get a haircut. I've never dealt with the man otherwise. I don't think I'd ever have a reason to be honest with you. I'm not interested in anything he would be selling anyways. And if he did have eyes for me like that, I think I'd much rather them not be on me.
Can I sense her motive? Is she telling the truth?
Sure, go ahead and roll a sense motive.
29.
She seems to be disgusted with the idea of him looking at her like that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, so that was entirely one-sided then. I guess at this point, this is just a dead end, unless it was. Sorry, Kai
No,
brain is true.
I may be misremembering things. Didn't the note he wrote about her say he was like buying her gifts or something, or he had
Yeah,
a
that's the
gift for her?
thing.
So it comes. I don't know if I'm the only person seeing this and I'm just not reading into it right. But to me, it comes off as if he was under the impression that they were an item. Like this was something that had progressed.
Mm-hmm.
And
So let me look at the notes again.
Let's see. Melissa was wearing a red ribbon. I wonder if her father got it for her, if she bought it herself. Okay. Probably so too. Shoes. So she's probably ordering. Maybe that's where he was ordering that imported pair of shoes in. We might surmise.
I do believe, just to make sure, it should be in there that it was an entire shipment of shoes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then one entry said that he's just like, I heard that she might be with a child. I don't think he ever gave her anything.
Okay.
He may have had a plan to.
Okay.
Now that I'm rereading this. Good thought, though.
Yeah.
Wonder if she could possibly have done to make Marie make such obviously fake accusations.
That's right. That was where the rumor was about her with.
Or at least where Kevin heard it from.
Yeah.
Or who he thinks started it.
And Marie was, I feel like we've talked to them before.
Marie Taylor, the wife of Andy Taylor, the one where Gloria is currently staying.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
When we went to go talk to the wife, sorry, catching my breath. It seemed like she was very kind and looking after Gloria very well. Unless it was just like entirely just like frivolous, just town gossip. Just like I heard, and Kevin just like really attached to it because
he's got
her.
yeah.
And it might not have even been like a full thing. It might have just been like a offhand, like I heard from blah 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 that.
Yeah.
Town gossip, that'd be a thing.
Do.
Well, what did the rest of you guys think? Dead end?
I think so, because she seems. I mean, I'm pretty confident in my ability to suss out lies.
I'm confident in your ability to do that too.
So I would say that this is entirely done and as a service to her, and also as a service to help clear things up on the rumor mill. It would be good for us to let people know that she had zero involvement with Kevin, and the pregnancy rumors seem to be false. Just help clear up the rumor mill so we can gather correct rumors.
Yep.
I have only one thought or question here, and that is, she was clearly aware of this to some extent, that there was some discussion going on about her. It might be worth following up on that.
Aware of the rumor that she is pregnant going around.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is true. So it is clear that you had no involvement with Kevin, and it was entirely just infatuation on his side. We'll help clear up anything that may be going around about. It just seemed to be a one-sided crush, just an old man who came into the shop on occasion, who just striked a fantasy.
Are you saying that out loud? I'm just checking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't even aware that anybody thought that I would have slept with a man like him.
Though it does seem the rumors of you being with child, is there any reasons why those would get started? Do you think any form of jealousy or...
I suppose you'd have to ask whoever it was that decided to start saying it, wouldn't you?
Which means she doesn't know.
Yes.
I don't know who would start something like that. I'm not sure why they would say it. I have to imagine, once again, it's because,
Jealousy.
Envy. Well,
a woman's purity is important. Anything you could do to hurt someone, I guess.
right,
You're not leaving anything out, are you, Melissa? No, Father, I'm not. He's been sitting at the stairs the whole time.
Yeah. From where I'm understanding and how I believe your daughter is being entirely honest with us.
I might just ask if he has anything that he'd like to add.
Have you heard anything yourself, sir?
Sat there and told you whatever it was that I could. I'm letting you
Yes.
talk to her. I'm letting her do the talking. She's a big girl. She rolls her eyes when he says that.
Yeah, I do to the room, and by that I mean to the call. I do think that this is a dead end. It just seems like baseless rumors. I think our best bet is to keep following up on the doors, but we should probably also ask Maria where she heard it as well. Probably approach it as a sense of any useful gossip she knows. Maybe go over that way, check on Gloria, and as yes, I do think. I don't think that this will lead much to anywhere, unless there's.
Probably not.
The only way I could think this would happen is if somehow a rumor got out that Kevin was the father of her child, and then some form of jealousy murder of sorts. But
I do imagine that it would be important to note that the rumor was merely of pregnancy, not who caused it.
exactly.
Yeah. Right, well, we'll get out of your hair.
Yes.
We really appreciate your
Thank-
time tonight.
Thank you so much for clarifying. And again, as I stated, in any way that we could clear up these rumors for you, we'll do so.
Hopefully they disappear off the street.
Falsehoods spread and they make the truth hard to see. And it's our job to make sure that the truth can come to light. So any falsehoods we could clear out of the public consciousness, we will do our best to do so.
A fucking shin boogie.
Well,
Tell you what.
Solace be with you and all that, I suppose. Good luck on your truth-seeking. She'll say as she turns around to walk back up the stairs. Her father gives her, they look at each other in the eyes for a moment. And then he steps aside and lets her go upstairs.
I think that was just more of you better have told them everything from how his attitude's been.
He certainly had a somewhat stern look, but went ahead and moved. Right, well...
Thank
if
you
you think
so much for your time.
Thank you for sitting there and taking the time. Poor girl, she's been on the wild side, that one. But I love her all the same. Just want to make sure she grows up to be a good strapping lass,
Seems like she's on her way. Especially if you clear up these rumors.
I'll damn well tell you that she's making it a chore to do so.
Kids will be kids.
Kids.
Youth just makes people invincible.
Right. They do. I heard they can make. I heard they can make some great armor. Anyways,
Motherfucker.
quick rewind on that. Anyways,
Motherfucker.
well, if there's hopefully that sits there and does everything that's needed from us. If there's anything else, you know when the shop is, and if any of y'all ever need your hair trimmed, sit there, look good. You know where to find me.
Yes, sir. Looks like chess might be due for one soon.
Oi!
Maybe John, I can't tell much under the helm.
I like my hair.
You got some broken ends there that could use a little working with, though. Little fuzzy, might need a little something sit there to straighten your hair out a little bit.
Well, you know.
Don't get me wrong. You look good as you are, but
all right.
you ever want to get yourself all nice and gussied up one time? You just come on down.
Well, you know. I'm not really much one for gloss, but all right.
I can tell.
You know how to
A
sell
great
business.
haircut.
Hey, what do you mean by that?
Hey, wait a minute!
I'm looking at your hair, lass. I can tell.
Hey, wait a minute!
He's got a cheeky smile. If you do, in fact, pout at that, he's going to have a cheeky smile.
She does pout at that.
As we're heading out the door, I just pat her on the back and I'm just like, hey, a haircut is entirely refreshing. It can make you feel like an entirely new person. If you catch my drift. Winky face as we walk out the door.
All right. And Cygnus, would you like me to move you along with them?
Yes, sorry, I'm negotiating other discussions here in the
Oh,
back.
You're fine.
You are good.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn how to breathe again anyways.
So is there anything else that you guys would like to... you guys appear to still be at 10 feet for some reason.
No, I'm in the air. I'm flying.
We
Yeah,
fly.
This was me
There.
getting my oxygen.
All right. Is there anything else in this area you guys want to do, or are we good for this area for now?
I think the leads we need to follow now are where that rumor started, if we do want to keep trying to see if there might have been, like, some form of jealousy angle, or we can just drop this line of inquiry unless we come up with more dead ends later and it's all we have, and start looking more into the door and where it could lead to. Especially then, since we learned that the doors are aligned with specific style courtyards, we might not even need the urchin brigade. We might be able to just set out a town map and have split up and check all courtyards that have similar layouts and see if we can find the doors ourselves.
Do red thread style map of the whole thing to see
Yeah,
which
just
ones
boot up
match. It's like a game of memory, but with little door frames.
Yeah. We could literally just start looking, split up three groups of two, and just set up a town map, look at courtyards, split up, check them all, and see if we can find more doors while the urchins are also looking. Because I think that door is our best lead right now. Because we find where it let out, the trail that went cold is no longer cold. We can even ask that area if we saw anybody coming out of that door.
Yeah, and especially if we can get it sooner rather than later, because the trail slowly goes colder. But
as
we have a boy.
We do has dog.
We have dog, and if we can find where that trail led off from, provided it's within like a decent amount of time, we can continue tracking from there.
If the plan was sent, I believe that the DC goes up by 2 every 2 hours, so by this point, most likely the scent trail is cold.
Yeah.
Normal tracking would be far more effective.
Yeah.
Assuming that there's any leftover evidence at this point to begin with.
Yeah.
Because people use the streets all the time, and it's been raining today.
That is true. We should probably head back to the detective agency and try to follow up on what we learned about the courtyards.
Okay.
I think a few local checks and a map laid out of the town, we should be able to figure out what type of courtyards we're looking for.
Yeah, and I can always still just check in with the orphans tomorrow.
Yes.
And while we're at the agency, we can start work on that forging.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are still going after the shipment too.
Yeah,
right?
we're still going after the shipment.
Yeah.
And that'll be, I think that can be next session. I think that'll be good.
Be good tomorrow. You guys are going to do it tomorrow, so.
Yeah. I do think I should probably think about getting going soon because
I've got to get going too.
My brain is clocking out.
Rest my lungs.
Do you guys think you have enough time for one more thing, or no?
Sure, I think
If it's quick thing.
Yeah, if it's a quick thing.
Should be. It shouldn't be too long. But if you really feel like it's just like, nope, we can't go any further, we'll stop for now. We'll just stop in the middle of it. Because I feel like this, hopefully it helps to shed more light. We'll just see what happens.
I'm happy to keep going. I'll leave it to your judgment.
Maybe another half hour tops, depending on how many questions you guys ask. So.
Okay.
I probably will clock out at that because I'm afraid I'm dying.
Is there any way we could wrap it up in 15?
Can you show a display and then cliffhang it? Maybe?
We could also just try to keep it short.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want this to be available just as an additional thing for you guys to be thinking about up until next time, that's all.
Okay.
That is
Perfect.
entirely valid.
That's fine.
So, are you guys just all going to go back to and hang out at Furiya Investigations, or is anybody going to go home, or what exactly is the plan, you think?
I think that's the plan.
Yeah,
that is my home.
I think half the party is living there at this point, anyways.
And Cygnus, you said you were as well?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll just have this happen with the whole party. Because there's not anybody that's going to be separate, so. Let's see. I think I was just using this map. And we go over here. Oh, that's why. Okay. Go back up here, then do this. No? Guys, here you are. Okay. Then back over here. No, we have to go over here. Go. There we go. Okay. We'll have you guys coming down from this way, I think. Okay, I think that should work. Yeah, that should work. Okay. So we'll go ahead and move you guys over here. And this is you guys are making your way back towards Furiyama Investigations. So.
Southwest.
Yeah, over here. Oh, man. What's that?
Oh,
wait.
It is John Darksoul's out, right? Where am I going with that? Hold on.
what?
I was going nowhere with that. I'm so sorry.
We are at the north as well as southwest chaotic.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are still up there. Where are your tokens? There they are. You guys shouldn't be up there. You should be down in the lower left.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
There we are. Okay.
So you guys are currently sort of
going boof boof.
Yep, there's things in the background happening.
Going block block.
So as you guys are walking, could you please give me perception checks?
This guy, animals are making noises.
These is all very much in the background. This area of the street is current, and I'm also going to make this later in the evening. We're going to say it's about 9 o'clock. So
that works.
Okay. 13 plus 1d6.
So before you walk too much further, Solar, go ahead and stay there.
Okay. Stay here.
Okay.
37, apparently.
Okay. Just gonna give Cygnus a chance to go ahead and move if he wants to before this.
Rolled a lot
Okay.
of 19s today, actually.
Mhm.
So,
Some good rolls.
for the person who rolled highest, what will happen is that as you guys are making your way by, you're going to
Wait.
hear a noise in your ear.
Mhm.
A moment of your time, if you would, Investigator.
I turned my head towards said voice.
You see a lamppost. That is the lamppost that is currently glowing.
I signal towards the group and start making my way over to it. That is, oh god, which one? Oh, this one, right?
You are going in the right direction, yes.
Just want to double check.
So, we'll pause you guys for now, for a second, while I work on this portion right here.
Yes, sir.
Oh no.
I think it was this one.
Music stopped.
So, seemingly as if both stepping out from behind the lamppost, but also part of the lamppost, perhaps,
Mhm.
somebody appears.
Oh god, it's a lamppost!
What?
Let me go
Oh.
grab.
It is the lamppost.
It is the lamppost!
Where is it hiding? I know it should be here. There it is. Okay.
We got Lanternkin.
Yo, he's snazzy, though.
Damn. Look
God
at you.
damn.
He fit, like, what?
He's shining.
So I might be attracted to a lamp.
When,
Are you a
when
moth?
Chandelure puts on the Riz.
Actually, yes, I am.
Or Lampant, maybe.
I apologize for the sudden intrusion on your time, but I happened to find you here and thought it might be worth the time to come out. He then, after fixing his cuffs, he holds up his hands. No harm of any kind, I assure you. I come bearing gifts, information, and other such things.
All very welcome things. Is everything alright?
Everything is fine. With me, I assure you. However, as far as I understand, our dear friend Kevin has made his way off this mortal coil, has he not?
I take a deep breath. That is correct. I see no reason to lie.
I've been
Do you
spending
have
my...
information on this matter?
Hopefully some things that might aid in the direction you're going. Anything that I can do to help. After all, this city is as much mine as it is yours. I think the music's a little loud. I'll turn that down. There we go.
I mean, from anything, you might be literally a part of the city background. I don't say that out loud. That was racist. That was entirely as a player.
No, Zero. This is where Zero should say, well, what can you illuminate for us?
No!
Say it. Say it. Be a top, Zero!
If there's anything you may be able to illuminate for us.
I appreciate the pun. He actually does chuckle and says, I appreciate the pun.
Dance, leader puppet, dance!
The voices, they scream.
Sell your car, sell your home. So, he is going to begin by making the statement. Let me see if I can figure out what the hell's going on here. Okay. There we go. Well, since we're being as open and honest as we can about things, that I might sit there and tell you why it is that I know as much as I do as I speak. As he'll turn to show... here we go.
He's a lamp.
This on his hip. It is the same lantern that was sitting on Kevin's desk. And you swear to God that if the thing could tip its hat, it does.
Oh, it's your.
It tips the little handle on
holder.
the top. It's a
Tips
little
handle.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
your
little
kid
handle.
is so cute. It's so cute.
Malampant. Malamp?
Stop!
Do you say that out loud, Zero, or no?
I kind of want to, but I feel like that's racist.
That is absolutely racist.
Oh my god.
So, if you feel like it, you can make local checks, you can make any kind of knowledge checks, or ask me any questions before we continue.
That is definitely
I
something I would like to do.
local check.
Local
Yeah,
checks,
this is gonna be a
please.
local, baby.
I am.
Oh my god, this table is weighted!
I don't know. I feel like
Hey,
it's
there
going
it is.
pretty well for me today. Is it weighted to my side or something?
Probably. Definitely not their side.
Oof. Okay. So, in regards to local checks, first and foremost, as far as you guys are aware, there is no race of lamp-headed people that exist on Nartor. Very
Unlocked,
likely
though.
from his appearance, he is some kind of humanoid, and very likely wearing a helmet or wearing a disguise of some kind,
Ah.
with some magical enhancements to make it, give it a specific flair.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure that this is going to repeat. Yes, it is. Okay. Then I can stand back up and keep walking. So then he turns back. I have been keeping my eye on this case, as 'twere, for this past day. Whoever it was that viciously eviscerated this man can't be allowed to roam free. I find it my duty to defend the city that I cherish so dearly. Also, for the local checks, who rolled? Let me take a look at what everyone rolled here. This is going to be Zero. So Zero, because you're an investigator, you listen to things, you follow rumors, you try to find truths. You've heard some tales of a strange figure, helping people that are getting, robbed and things like that. No one's ever able to describe anything beyond, his head just seems to blow.
Batman.
He's a vigilante.
Batman.
Anyways. So. I have been following your movements throughout the day, trying to see where perhaps your minds were going. Mine seem to go in several of those directions myself. However, one of the first things that I want to inform you, something I think will very much help your investigations. Regardless of your ability to suss out information or learn about people, which I do not doubt in the slightest, there are people. Their ability to hide their true intent, their ability to be somebody else, is nearly impeccable. I imagine that there's a strong chance that they may be so good at what they do, maybe even they don't entirely understand or remember. Another half, you could say, as it were. Your minds will need to be well-tuned to find out exactly what's going on here. I, for one, am a little...
hide sort of thing.
I may add that is very likely the case, seeing as, well, I will merely say that it's a game that I am very well versed in. I'm sure, as he taps the side of his head real quick, very obvious to you that I am not as I appear.
Vigilante.
Vigilante.
I was waiting for it. I was going to figure one out still.
Find a bridge.
I can't take credit for that one. That one was chat. That's Brian. That's Brian in chat giving that one.
Thank you, Brian.
That was a good one.
My brain was the whole time we've been talking, trying to think of one.
So, after he says that, your minds will need to be well tuned to sit there and figure it out, and I, for one, am a bit quizzical as to the identity of the killer myself. I can't think of any person that would have any reason to sit there and murder him so mercilessly. It almost seems random, in fact.
Yes. We've been trying to see any strings of motives, but nobody hated him enough. Like, even the people who disliked him, nobody seemed to dislike him enough to murder him, even normally, let alone that, violently.
He's only been in this city half a year.
Not enough time.
Which either means it truly was random, or our killer is that good at hiding their intentions. Which I do not doubt in the slightest. Hopefully, my tales will continue to spread, and you will hear more of my good deeds and know that I do indeed wish the best for this city. Which is why I bring you this information that I discovered. He pulls out a small piece of... He puts a hand down to the lamp that seems to hand him a little piece of paper out from inside of its, where the light would be.
Sorry, I'm so happy.
So he'll very quickly sort of mutter a couple of small words and some lights will start dancing around. As proof of my magical ability to show you I have various methods of information gathering power. Between that and my companion here. My companion followed, it was, if I'm remembering your names correctly, Bran and Chesher, is it not?
Nods.
I have heard of your exploits, Chesher. And that's about all he says on that.
Well, we're keeping her on a leash these days, but
My little companion followed along behind you as you made your way down to Finch's Gullet. So, using my magic, speaking to locals, maybe some of the local animals, and a little infiltration mission from my friend.
Local lamps.
I have some possible disturbing information. And something that could be the quickest and easiest way to the killer. You were about to say something?
I was just like, but by companion, does he mean the cat?
He's talking about the lamp.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about the lamp that was on his hip and he's brought forward. The one that handed him the note.
Oh,
it's so cute.
My companion managed to overhear said purveyor of the Gullet, Finch, and his... Do you call rat folk tribes, clans, packs?
Mises.
Find a bridge.
Don't think I've heard the phrase Mises.
We all turned to
Cyrille. That was player me, not him.
No.
Cyrille doesn't do that.
Yeah, you do.
How
You
dare
should say Mises.
No.
Just gaslighting Kai into saying shit.
Why are you gaslighting me when this guy should be gaslighting me? Like, hello?
Like, actually.
See? That's what I'm talking about right there.
It's a favorite pastime. Just gaslight Kai. God.
So, he says, tribe, herd, pack, as he taps his helmet for a second before shaking his head. His pack. Apparently, they have a special customer that is requiring them to meet tomorrow evening. Or else, so far as was heard. The fear in that room was rather palpable, and if what I remember to have been said by all of you is to be true, I imagine there's a very strong chance that this is where he had gathered his poison and potions from. which would mean I think that this customer of theirs that would cause such fear could very well be the killer. To be frank, it is a hunch, but it's what I have and I wanted to share.
No, you might be onto something. Every little bit of information could lead to something.
If not him, then perhaps he knows who the killer is.
Always a possibility.
Where's it supposed to take place, this rendezvous?
That one I'm not entirely certain. As far as my companion was able to ascertain, it is a predetermined location that is already known to the parties and wasn't one spoken out loud. This would mean perhaps tailing him in order to see where it ends up. I, for one, very much can and would.
Well,
I don't imagine that he'll show his face in public. At least, if he weren't smart, which if he's managed to hide himself so well so far, I would not underestimate.
Well, time to stock up on invisibility potions, boys.
I think we's about to go do a stakeout.
Stakeout.
it's all right. I've got some you could borrow.
And you got some you could use if we have
I
to
just
tail
I
them.
just imagine we get over. It's like, ooh, a stakeout. We get there and like John Darksoul shows up with like a knife and a fork and some A1 sauce.
I'm here for the rats.
Oh,
I heard we were having...
I think we were having two different conversations.
He has his bib that says "I love steak" on it.
Cyrille shows up and we go to see the cobbler. Oh, I thought we were here for pie. See, I made the same mistake.
I
love it.
I did say we were going to the cobbler. That was on me. I gotta clarify.
I love the idea that John's got like an apron that says "Kiss the Cook" because he's very good at cooking steaks.
Aww.
When we solve the case.
So it sounds like this is going to be a tailing, or does it sound like it would be more of a tailing or more of a stakeout?
Failing because we don't know where the location is.
The meeting's
but
taking
then,
place.
yeah,
It's a stalking stealth mission into a
Stakeout.
Wait, you hear that, John? We were made for this.
We were made for this. Yes.
So he kind of just still holds his hands out in front of him to some degree while he talks the whole time. They never end up by his sides or behind him at all.
I entirely trust this man.
If there's anything else that I can sit there and think of, you'll be sure to hear from me.
Yes.
But for the moment, I believe that's all that I have. Probably the most direct chance to sit there and find the man and responsible, and if not find, at the very least, additional information. If there's any chance at catching a glimpse of his form or...
As especially the killer doesn't even know they're the killer. Oof.
It is a possibility. I, for one, have intimate understandings of being different people, shall we say.
I look into the glass. Yeah.
You could give me a perception check if you want.
Oh, I was just meaning as like a look into his eyes, but I mean... You know what?
Try. I will have you go ahead and make a perception check anyways.
Oh, man, okay.
Let me see here. I gotta find his sheet real quick.
He's just a little man inside of the lamp, controlling a lamp mech.
Man, that dice got thrown out violently. Oh, it's an 18. I accept it.
What is it?
I
see. Okay.
mean, you said that the table is weighted today. I feel like it's
He's
weighted
leaning
like
on the table.
Because I swear I don't think I've rolled under like a 16 yet. We're at the end of the session, so I'm okay saying that because
It's fine.
So, looking into the glass of it, the light inside is too bright to actually make anything out.
valid.
If I come across anything else that I can think of, or I'm able to be there to aid in the tailing efforts, I'll be sure to let you know. And if you wish to contact me, he kind of knocks on the lamppost. Most of the time, I can be found, or at least can hear, when spoken to.
That's very useful.
If I'm
Thank
paying
you.
attention at the time, I'll make sure to pay attention at a specific time. Perhaps around near your... There is one that's right by your shop, if I'm not mistaken. I can make sure to pay attention to that one, say, around noon, in case you have any need of me.
Thank you so much for your cooperation and
Yes.
coordination and information. Any other shins? Am I missing any?
Elaboration.
There we go.
Elaboration on the sensation of our nation.
And the security of our city. At this point, he'll give a very
Such
small...
sensation.
At this point, he'll give a very small bow, still with hands in front. Then until we meet again, and zealous be with you, friends. He
And
seems
also
to
with you.
and he seems to step back behind the lamppost and disappears.
I like him.
So, if I ever needed to light my cigarette, could I just, like...
Yeah, literally, when you at noon, you just go out to the lamppost. And
I'm
you
just
give
like,
it,
oh
a
shit, I
little
forgot!
knock.
I'm so
You just
sorry!
give it, you just give it like a little knock, and he's like, "Oh, did you guys find any new information?" And you're like, "Oh, yeah, sure. Can you light this?
Yeah.
Is this for the case?" Sure.
So, seeing as everybody is beginning to drop like flies, I believe this is a great time to go ahead and call it.
I think so.
Yes.
I think that'll be... We got a good last little bit of a cliffhanger there, and we've got some tasty leads to go off of. So I think that's as good a place as
our
any.
priorities are door finding and rat trailing.
Yes. And also forge making.
That too.
All right. So I think that'll be good for right now. For those of you tuning in, we hope you've enjoyed. We had a lot of, leads taken care of, and we've got our next steps ready to go for next time on Detectives of Newspire. So until then, y'all have a good one, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!